Chapter 46-23. Princess Yuxian frowned. Your Highness. What happened in the illusion doesn't exist at all. You can't vent your anger on him just because he offended you in the illusion. It's not fair to him. Dong Qingyuan also spoke. He was now alone and helpless. The inner demons would definitely kill him. Princess Yuxian didn't like him very much now. As for Dong Tianchen and the other two, although they were still talking to him on the surface, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, he had to protect Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong was now his only hope. As long as Dong Hanzong could rise, he could also benefit from it. But he didn't know. Among everyone, the one who looked down on him the most was Dong Hanzong. Now, he still wanted to benefit from Dong Hanzong? Wasn't that asking for humiliation? He was afraid that when he was betrayed by Dong Hanzong, he would have to count the money for him. Princess Yuxian frowned and looked at the inner demons. Let him go into your enchantment. What the hell? The inner demons looked at her in astonishment. If you want to help him, let him go into your enchantment. Why do you let him into my enchantment? You don't like him, but do you think I like him? Dong Yuxian turned a deaf ear and turned her head to look elsewhere. She meant that she had already said that she would help him. It was up to him whether he saved him or not. The inner demon's face darkened. This woman really needed to be taught a lesson. Crack. The fourth invincible rune shattered. Dong Hanzong ran to the inner demon's enchantment and looked at the inner demons who didn't open the enchantment. His face was full of anxiety. If it was any other time, he would have already been angry. But now, although he was full of anger, he could only endure it. Because he knew the character of the inner demons too well. They were lawless people who didn't care about the law. Once they were angered, even if it was Dong Yuxian's order, they would directly ignore it. Count yourself lucky. The inner demon snorted and finally let Dong Hanzong enter the enchantment. The moment he entered the enchantment, the fifth invincible rune shattered. This caused Dong Hanzong to break out in a cold sweat. True enough. Origin energy was still the strongest. Time slowly passed. The group of people stood in the storm, unable to move forward. They could only wait for the storm to pass. Because the resistance was simply too terrifying. It was already not easy to stay where he was without being blown away. However, there seemed to be no end to this storm, and it never stopped. How long do we have to wait? Everyone couldn't help but frown. Don't be trapped in this storm forever. Because if he was trapped here forever, even if he had the protection of the origin energy, he would still be trapped here in the end. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the Moon Immortal Princess and said, Your Highness, we can actually use our origin force to shatter the space-time storm and forcefully break through. Yes. If the origin energy can block these storms, it can definitely shatter them as well. Princess Yuxian was stunned. But the prerequisite is that you have enough origin energy. We only have 1,000 left. It shouldn't be enough. The eyes of the inner demon sparkled. It's all right. I have it. Princess Yuxian waved her hands and a large amount of origin energy appeared, exuding dazzling 5-colored divine lights. So much. Qin Feiyang and the group were shocked. In fact, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons said this to see how much origin energy Dong Yuxian had. Right now, Dong Yuxian took out a large amount of origin energy without hesitation. According to their guess, there were at least 10,000 strands of origin energy in this large amount of origin energy. She was really generous. Under such circumstances, Dong Yuxian definitely wouldn't reveal her true strength and take out all the origin energy. Therefore, apart from the 10,000 strands of origin energy, she definitely had more with her. Clang! Dong Yuxian lifted her hands and waved. The 10,000 strands of origin energy immediately turned into a long sword and slashed at the space-time storm in front of her. Bang! True enough. As long as there was enough origin energy, even the space-time storm could be destroyed. Wherever the long sword went, the space-time storm was annihilated. It almost split the storm in front into two. Let's go. Princess Yuesian looked at the inner demons and shouted. The inner demons immediately activated the moment of time. The dual willpower of the heavenly Tao followed behind the long sword and sped away at lightning speed. Time flew by. About a few hours passed. The group finally passed through the space-time storm. They looked at the calm void in front of them and then turned to look at the billowing waves and the space-time storm that was whizzing into the distance. They felt as if they were dreaming. The white-eyed wolf activated the dual willpower of the heavenly Tao and the moment of time. It actually took him several hours to pass through the storm. One could imagine how big the space-time storm was. If they continued to stay where they were and waited for the storm to pass, every minute and every second would be torture. Even the space-time storm has appeared. Everything that we are seeing now shouldn't be an illusion. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The emperor had said that the illusion here was very scary. It was possible that one would be trapped in 3 or 4 illusions at the same time. When one thought that one had escaped from the illusion and gotten rid of the danger, in fact, one was still in the illusion. This was the scary part of the illusion in the passageway. It was best that this kind of thing didn't happen to them. Otherwise, whether it was the physical body or the mind, they would be tortured. Look! Suddenly, Dong Ping pointed to the void in front of him, his face full of joy. Qin Feiyang and the rest looked up and saw that at the end of the void in front of them, there seemed to be the outline of a giant mountain. But because it was too far away, they couldn't see it clearly. Could it be the entrance to the secret realm? Everyone looked at each other and immediately rushed over. However, as the distance got closer and closer, their speed also got slower and slower. A trace of horror gradually crept up in their eyes. In the end, they all stopped at the same time, their eyes full of fear. They saw that the giant shadow in front of them was not a mountain at all, but a giant beast. That's right. That was a giant beast. It was lying in the void with its eyes closed, as if it was in a deep sleep. Far away, one could hear its heartbeat, deafening like thunder. It was more than 10,000 feet long, lying in the void. If it stood up, how huge would its body be? It's the first time I've seen such a big rat in my life. The white-eyed wolf murmured. Yes. That giant beast was a big rat. But it was different from ordinary rats. Its fur was purple like satin, shining with a hazy luster. Those 4 claws were like 4 giant mountains, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Its tail was like a giant python, with a wave of its tail, enough to shatter mountains and rivers. This is the giant beast that guards the entrance to the secret realm. The Moon Fairy Princess was excited and said happily. Although this giant beast was very scary, as long as they found this giant beast, it meant that they found the entrance to the secret realm, so it was a joyous thing. We're finally going to get out of this damned place. The others were also very happy. No matter how dangerous the secret realm was, they didn't want to stay in this passage any longer. The Moon Fairy Princess said in a low voice, "Father said that this giant beast usually won't wake up, so be careful and don't make any noise." Do I need you to say that? Hurry up and find the entrance. The inner demons urged. The Moon Fairy Princess glared at the inner demons. Would they feel uncomfortable if they didn't sing a different tune for a day? It's best to restrain your aura. Lu Jiajin said and instantly retracted his aura to the extreme, then flew toward the giant beast. Qin Feiyang and the others also retracted their aura and followed. The group of people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Especially Dong Qingyuan. Looking at the giant beast in front of him, his eyes were filled with fear. If this giant rat stood up, it might not be much smaller than the giant beast of Starry Sky. There's no entrance in front. They didn't get too close and kept a distance of tens of thousands of miles from the giant rat. They searched the void in front of the giant rat, but couldn't find the entrance to the secret realm. The group of people tiptoed toward the back of the giant rat. However, when they reached the back, they didn't see the entrance to the secret realm. What's going on? The entrance isn't here? Everyone frowned at once. Didn't they say that looking at the giant beast was equivalent to seeing the entrance? Where was the entrance now? Was it eaten by the giant rat? Look at the giant beast's chin. Suddenly, frenzy whispered. Everyone looked over, and their expressions froze. Finally, they found the entrance to the secret realm. It was also a tall stone door. But compared to the door of the secret realm outside, it was much smaller, about 100 feet or so. There was only a door frame and no door, so they could go in directly. But this stone door was now in the giant rat's arms. This giant rat was lying there like a dog with its head on the stone door and its two front legs hugging the stone door as if it was hugging a pillow or a toy. In other words, now they had to think of a way to loosen the giant beast's claws to enter the stone door. How dare they? What if he woke up the giant rat when he moved it? What do we do now? Everyone was a little helpless. Dong Tianxian, Dong Ping, and Dong Xian couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and Long Chen. Because these two had always been very resourceful. We definitely can't touch its claws. Once it wakes up, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, we only have one way now. Long Chen smiled wryly. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. It seemed that both of them had the same idea. Yes. Now, we can only wait for it to turn over and loosen the stone door. Lu Jiajin sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jiajin, as expected of his cousin. He was as calm and wise as ever. If it was someone else, there was a high possibility that they would choose to take the risk. Wait for it to turn over? How long do we have to wait? What if it doesn't have the habit of turning over when it sleeps? Won't we have to wait until the end of time? The inner demon's mouth twitched. But it seemed that there was no better way than this. Then let's wait. Quiet down, don't touch it recklessly. Princess Moon Fairy said, glancing at Dong Hanzong as if she was implying something. Dong Hanzong felt wronged. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly now. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the young man. He wanted to see the young man's reaction or ask him if he had any ideas. But he didn't expect that the young man was actually standing there and dozing off. He was really speechless. Chapter 46-24. This guy is probably the reincarnation of the god of sleep. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the giant rat covered in purple hair. It was really a headache. Then, they waited silently. Other than waiting, there was no other way. This wait did not last for a few hours. Instead, it lasted for days and days. Because no one knew when the giant rat would turn over. It could be in the next moment, a few days, a few years, decades, or centuries. I hope we don't have to wait here for 10,000 years. Dong Tianxian sighed. At that time, they would not have to enter the arcane realm and could leave directly. Who knows? Dong Xian smiled bitterly. From the moment they entered the door of the arcane realm, they had already started calculating the time. If they waited here for 10,000 years and the giant rat did not turn over, then they could go back directly. Days passed. Suddenly, half a month later, the purple giant rat moved. Qin Feiyang and the others had been paying close attention to the giant rat situation. Looking at this scene, they suddenly became nervous and expectant. The giant rat slowly raised its head, but it did not open its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and yawned. It was this yawn that a terrifying storm suddenly surged out of its body. Space-time storm. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. That's right. This was the space-time storm. They never thought that the space-time storm would come from this. How terrifying was the strength of this giant rat. A storm born from a yawn could instantly kill a powerhouse of the heavenly axiom. This scene was like a bolt out of the blue for everyone. It was too shocking. In the past, they were still wondering where this space-time storm came from and how it could have such terrifying lethality. However, they did not expect that it was the breath of the giant rat. This giant rat's strength could definitely kill them in an instant. Should we take out the origin energy? Dong Qingyuan asked. They were so close to the giant rat. If they took out the origin energy, it might wake up. However, if they did not take out the origin energy, they would die under this space-time storm. In other words, they had no choice at all. They could only take out the origin energy. So this question was equivalent to nonsense. Let's retreat first. Try to retreat as far as possible. Princess Moon Fairy looked at the inner demons. Although the inner demons were unhappy that the Moon Immortal Princess kept ordering him around, now was not the time to be calculative. He immediately activated his dual will of the Heavenly Tao and Momentary Time and led the group away. The aura of the Heavenly Axiom did not awaken the giant rat. The group of people kept retreating. Finally, a space-time storm swept over. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Princess Yuxian waved her hand and several thousand strands of origin energy appeared and enveloped everyone. The next moment, the space-time storm surged forth. They used all their strength to stabilize their bodies and prevent themselves from being blown away. The space-time storm this time was much smaller than the previous one. It did not last for long and was gone in a few hundred breaths. Just as the group of people heaved a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill, causing the hairs on their bodies to stand on end. They swallowed their saliva and slowly looked up. Immediately, they saw a pair of huge eyes staring at them from the front. The owner of these eyes was none other than the greater rat. This monster is awake, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their hearts were instantly filled with fear. Run. Scatter and run. Don't stay together, lest it catches all of us in one fell swoop. Run while looking for an opportunity to enter the arcane realm. Dong Yuxian shouted. Whoosh. As her voice fell, the group of people immediately scattered in all directions and fled in fear. But they did not completely disperse. Qin Feiyang was with the mermaid princess. The white-eyed wolf was with Fire Dance. Long Chen was with Long Qin. The king was with Heavenly Lord Ji. The divine king was with Ji Zun. In short, there had to be a companion by his side. And it had to be someone he trusted the most. For example, Mu Qin. He was with Mu Tianyang because they trusted each other the most. So many people actually came. This is the first time I've seen this. Since you're all here, accompany me to have some fun. The greater rat suddenly grinned. Its voice was like a bell, deafening. Then, its huge claws covered the sky and slapped toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Hanzong, faster. Dong Qingyuan roared and his face was pale. He was with Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong's eyes darkened. He activated his Qian Kun domain and Haotian runes. He also activated the dual will of Heavenly Path and Momentary Time to escape with Dong Qingyuan. Boom! The greater rat's claws fell and slapped the void. The void collapsed on the spot. Although Qin Feiyang and the others dodged the claws, the terrifying aura surged over. They were all covered in blood as if they had been hit hard. So powerful. Everyone could not help but feel their hair stand on end. This was an existence that could not be defeated. Suddenly, Princess Yuxian looked at Qin Feiyang, the king, and Heavenly Lord Ji. How could it be the purple gold dragon blood? Was she seeing things? She rubbed her eyes and looked at the three of them again. The blood flowing from her body was still the purple gold dragon blood. The purple gold dragon blood was the bloodline power that only the purple gold divine dragon had. Then, she seemed to have discovered something again and her eyes fell on the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf's blood was also golden. Oh no! They all realized this as well. But now, it was too late to hide it. Forget it. We have already entered the secret realm anyway. Qin Feiyang did not hide it anymore. The dual will of heavenly path burst out and pulled the mermaid princess to escape. You are Qin Feiyang. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan also noticed Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why are you here? Dong Tianqian, how do you explain this? Dong Hanzong roared. He never thought that this fierce person would come to the secret realm. And he even pretended to be a guest of Dong Tianqian's clan. I don't know. Just like in the illusion, Dong Tianqian refused to admit it. Let's not care about this first. Run. Princess Yuxian came back to her senses and looked at the giant claw coming at them again and shouted. Beast, I'll fight it out with you. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. Seeing that Li Feng had no hope of escaping, he turned around and activated the puppet real body to kill the giant claw. No. This scene made Qin Feiyang's face change color and quickly roared. However, it was too late. Li Feng and the puppet real body rushed forward. More than a dozen ultimate laws collided with the giant claw. However, it did not cause any damage to the giant claw. The giant claw crushed the dozens of ultimates as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, a palm landed. Accompanied by a painful scream, Li Feng and the three true bodies of the puppets were killed on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. Li Feng. Qin Feiyang roared. The white-eyed wolf's face was also pale. Li Feng, Princess Yuxian murmured. Seeing the giant claw coming again, she roared, Run, run, don't think about entering the secret realm for the time being. Before. She was still thinking of finding an opportunity to break through the stone door and enter the secret realm. But now it seemed that it was impossible to find such an opportunity. At present, it was better to get rid of the giant rat first. Whoosh! Everyone was using all sorts of methods to flee for their lives. So boring. Can't even take a slap. In that case, I'll send all of you to hell. The giant rat laughed and slowly got up. Qin Feiyang and the others turned their heads to look and couldn't help but turn pale. The giant rat lying in the void was about 10,000 feet tall. But now, the giant rat that stood up was several times bigger. It was simply an unattainable mountain. Who should I start with? The giant rat glanced at the group of people, its eyes flashing fiercely. Suddenly, its eyes locked onto Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. This realm is a bit interesting. The giant rat grinned. Its body that was tens of thousands of feet tall suddenly appeared above Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan. So fast. Dong Hanzong's expression changed. Now, he had activated the Haotian rune and had double will of heavenly axiom. He thought that even if he died, he wouldn't die first because except for Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, no one was faster than him. But he didn't expect that the giant rat would target his Qian Kuan domain. The realm that he was proud of, the realm that he had pinned his hopes of escaping, had actually brought him a fatal disaster at this moment. Faster. Dong Qingyuan urged. Urging, besides urging, what else can you do? Dong Hanzong roared. At this moment, his usual disguise was directly torn apart. Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Hanzong in disbelief. How could he talk to him with such an attitude? Old thing. If it weren't for your value, I would have killed you long ago. Dong Hanzong grabbed Dong Qingyuan's neck. What are you doing? Dong Qingyuan roared in horror. Go to hell. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly and raised his hand to throw Dong Qingyuan at the giant rat. He wanted to use Dong Qingyuan to buy himself some time to escape. Dong Hanzong, you'll die a horrible death. Dong Qingyuan roared with resentment. Even if I die, you'll die first. Dong Hanzong snorted coldly. He activated the momentary time and fled without looking back. This was human nature. At the moment of crisis, the ugliness of human nature was exposed. As for the giant rat, its eyes were full of contempt as it looked at Dong Qingyuan, who flew up. It directly slapped with its claws. With a scream, Dong Qingyuan's blood splattered in the air. Following closely, it stared at Dong Hanzong. That playful gaze was like a cat catching a mouse. It was obviously the mouse. Whoosh! As it took a step forward, it instantly crossed time and space and appeared in front of Dong Hanzong. What? Dong Hanzong's expression changed. He hurriedly braked and turned to escape in the other direction. Hey! The giant rat bared its teeth. It took another step and instantly blocked in front of Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong suddenly felt extreme despair and roared, "There are so many of you. Why don't you go after them? Why come after me? Don't worry, all of you will die. It's just a matter of whether you die sooner or later." The giant rat smiled viciously. It lifted its giant tail, like a majestic mountain ridge, and with a deafening sound of wind and thunder, it slapped toward Dong Hanzong. "Beast, I'll fight it out with you!" Dong Hanzong roared. All the major runes appeared and merged into his body as he madly attacked the giant rat. Accompanied by a loud bang, all the major runes that had merged into his body earlier were all shattered in an instant. Puff! Dong Hanzong spat out a mouthful of blood. Following closely, the giant tail rolled over. Dong Hanzong roared unwillingly and died on the spot. Chapter 46-25. Dead, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at this scene and found it hard to accept. Dong Hanzong was such a difficult person to deal with, but now he died just like that? Dong Qingyuan was nothing. Apart from the protection of the emperor, he was no threat at all. But Dong Hanzong, they had tried to kill him several times but failed. Especially the last time in Hanzong City. With such a meticulous plan, they could still kill their way to Hanzong City. However, at this moment, this greater rat only needed to wave its claws to destroy both its body and soul. Although they had always wanted Dong Hanzong to die, this result was really hard to accept. Who's next? The giant rat glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. Everyone's heart was in their throats in an instant. This was a matter of selecting soldiers and generals. Whoever was selected would be the death of that person. How could they not be nervous? We can't escape. Let's fight it, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The madman's eyes were gloomy. The giant rat's speed was too fast. They could kill it one by one until the last person was killed. Princess Yuxian took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "I think so too. Since we're going to die sooner or later, we might as well fight it out." Now was not the time to care about personal grudges. After all, they were all about to die. Only by surviving could they do other things. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen, the inner demons, Lu Jiajin, the king, and the others. Everyone agreed. Then let's fight it out. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, 3,000 incarnations were activated. Long Chen shouted, "Everyone, activate your ultimate meaning and let Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven duplicate." Boom! In an instant, one ultimate meaning after another appeared. The demon ancestor, Heavenly Lord Ji, and the king looked at each other. 3,000 incarnations were activated, and various ultimate meanings roared out. The inner demons also activated their demon king true body. The four of them and Qin Feiyang were the main force. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Now is a race for time, don't drag it out for too long." Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. Behind him, a time array appeared beneath the feet of the 3,000 incarnations. "I'll go first." Long Chen growled and opened his domain of divinity. In an instant, it merged with the void, and the power of rules emerged. However, just controlling the rule force, Long Chen was already sweating profusely. How can the rule power here be so strong? This greatly surprised Long Chen. Even the power of rules of the divine kingdom would not be so difficult to control. However, the harder it was to control, the stronger the lethality of the rule force. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the rule-bending force that filled the sky instantly turned into a torrent that charged towards the greater rat from all directions. This is the god's domain. He is indeed ridiculously strong. Princess Moon Fairy murmured. Eh? The greater rat was surprised. Looking at the rule-bending force that surged in all directions, it joked, "The people who came to the secret realm this time are not bad, but in front of me, they are all ants." Following the greater rat's arrogant laughter, it opened its bloody mouth and a shocking scene appeared. The surging rule-bending force was all sucked into its mouth. This, Long Chen was of course dumbfounded. Isn't this a little too ridiculously strong? Such a difficult-to-control rule-bending force was swallowed in one gulp. This was not easy to deal with. Eye of despair, eye of evil, open. Suddenly, the voices of Ancestor Demon and Mu Tianyang rang out. The two strongest battle souls appeared out of nowhere. The aura of despair and evil immediately turned into an invisible wave that surged towards the greater rat. Mental attack? Is it useful? The greater rat's eyes were filled with contempt. His body trembled, and a powerful aura gushed out like the tide. The power of despair and evil was annihilated on the spot. How do we fight this? Ancestor Demon and Mu Tianyang were stunned. The two strongest battle souls actually couldn't affect the greater rat at all. Let's see what our fate is like. The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Jingyang and said. Dong Jingyang said, "I've already seen it. It's a narrow escape." A narrow escape, the white-eyed wolf murmured. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Why was he going crazy at this time? As the saying goes, there's still a slim chance of survival. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward. Battle soul, sky-swallowing beast appeared. Very strong, isn't it? Let's see how strong you can be after I deprive you of your cultivation. Boom! In this place, a strong wind suddenly blew. The power of the second innate supernatural ability rushed towards the greater rat with an overwhelming force. The greater rat looked at the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, and its pupils seemed to shrink. But then, it sneered and said contemptuously, "You little reptile, you want to deprive me of my cultivation?" Boom! A monstrous power, like a raging wave, drowned the sky and instantly swallowed the white-eyed wolf. The battle soul, sky-swallowing beast, was shattered on the spot. The white-eyed wolf also let out a scream as its body was torn apart. Brother wolf. White-eyed wolf. Wolf cub. The white-eyed wolf, madman, fire dance, and the others all roared angrily. The mermaid princess immediately opened her eye of life, and a majestic life energy surged towards the white-eyed wolf. "Don't worry, I won't die yet." The white-eyed wolf's voice sounded, and a terrifying aura suddenly emerged. This was the power of the origin. On the white-eyed wolf's body, there were more than 400,000 strands of the power of the origin that turned into a barrier, protecting the white-eyed wolf inside. However, even this power of the origin couldn't block the power of the greater rat. The barrier continued to distort. The power of the origin was constantly being obliterated. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Madman saw this and the all-evil sword appeared. The evil power in his body poured out without reservation and instantly poured into the all-evil sword. The all-evil sword erupted with a world-destroying edge and crazily attacked the greater rat. The root of all evil, the true body of all evil. I didn't expect that in this world, there would really be someone who confused with the root of all evil. But in front of me, it's still not enough. An ant should have the awareness of an ant. The greater rat disdainfully waved its giant claws, and with a loud crack, the all-evil sword directly shattered in the void. Madman spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Why is it so powerful? What kind of existence is this? Princess Yuxian and the others watched this scene, and their bodies trembled. The all-evil sword, God's domain, and the white-eyed wolf's soul, the heaven-swallowing beast, were all heaven-defying existences. But now, In front of the greater rat, they were like newborn babies, completely crushed. Until this moment, they finally understood the Emperor's instructions. Don't ever wake up this giant beast, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no chance of winning at all. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations finally replicated all the ultimate mysteries. Kill. Li Feng's death and the white-eyed wolf's heavy injuries made Qin Feiyang's eyes turn red. An angry roar. The ultimate mysteries that filled the sky suddenly attacked the greater rat. At this moment, the surrounding void collapsed crazily. It was like the scene of doomsday. Kill. The demon ancestor, Heavenly Lord Ji, the monarch, and the inner demons also roared, and the dense ultimate mysteries turned into a huge wave that blotted out the sky, and angrily attacked. The others also unleashed their strongest techniques, including Dong Tianxin and the other two. But they didn't dare to hold back. Victory, defeat, life, and death, it's all in this fight. Dong Yuxian clenched her hands, and the origin power in her body surged out. She didn't know how much it was. Kill. Fight to the death. The heavily injured white-eyed wolf also roared angrily. The enchantment formed by the origin power collapsed and surged forward like a raging wave. This was all they had. It was also their strongest attack. If they still couldn't defeat the greater rat, then they could only wait for death. Boom. In an instant, the densely packed ultimate mysteries and the terrifying origin energy drowned the greater rat. The group of people stared ahead nervously and expectantly. Suddenly, the greater rat's aura gradually dissipated. Sensing this, the group of people suddenly had a trace of joy on their faces. However, before they could be happy, boom! A shocking power erupted. This was the power of the greater rat. In just an instant, all the ultimate mysteries, all the origin power, and all the powerful methods were turned into ashes. Qin Feiyang and the group all suffered a backlash, and their feet kept retreating, blood gushing out of their mouths. However, they didn't care about their injuries at all, and hurriedly looked at the greater rat. In the end, they were disappointed. There wasn't a single wound on the greater rat's body. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? When you sense my aura gradually dissipating, were you so happy that you almost jumped up? The greater rat looked at the group of people with ridicule. The group of people was desperate. So many ultimate mysteries, so much origin power, but they couldn't even hurt a hair of the greater rat? Not to mention killing it. Is there no other way? If there isn't, then you can go to hell. The greater rat smiled ferociously. Inside its body, suddenly, a divine light rushed out. Wherever the divine light went, everything was destroyed. It was terrifying. Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. At this moment, Qin Feiyang felt like he was facing the dominator of the divine kingdom. His body couldn't move, and he could only wait for death. No. Facing the greater rat was more desperate than facing the dominator of the divine kingdom. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the others were about to die, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted behind them. A green foxtail swept past Qin Feiyang and the others, and went straight toward the divine light. Qin Badian. Young man. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately turned to look at the young man behind them. The young man's laziness and sleepiness had long been swept away, and it was replaced by a solemn face. Other methods are useless against it, so I can only stake it all on this. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said. He suddenly waved his hand, and the green foxtail immediately burst into a dazzling 5-color divine light, and a shocking aura rolled out. This was the young man's origin power. The group of people immediately turned around and stared at the green foxtail. This was their only hope now. If they still couldn't defeat the greater rat, then they would really be at the end of the road. Boom! The green foxtail carried everyone's hope, and collided with the divine light. In an instant, a bright light burst out, making it difficult for Qin Feiyang and the others to open their eyes. So they raised their hands in front of their foreheads and stared fixedly at the broken void. Chapter 46:26. Shatter. This was the roar in the hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others. Rumble. The dog's tail grass and the divine light collided crazily, and the loud sound was as deafening as thunder. Qin Feiyang and the others continuously retreated. The roaring battle fluctuations caused the blood in their bodies to churn. Suddenly, with a crack, the divine light shattered. It works. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the others were in high spirits. The young man was indeed extraordinary. Of course, everyone knew that it was not the young man or the dog's tail grass that shattered the divine light. It was the power of origin hidden in the dog's tail grass. But even so, it was shocking enough. One had to know. They tried their best and used all their means, but they couldn't hurt the giant rat at all. It was obvious. How terrifying was the young man's power of origin. Dong Yuxian was shocked. She turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Your ancestor has such a powerful power of origin. Why did you come to snatch the power of origin of our divine kingdom?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said indifferently, "He is him, and I am me. Rely on yourself for everything?" Dong Yuxian was suspicious. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed, and his expression was very unnatural. He nodded and said, "Yes." How else could he answer? Say that this person was not his ancestor Qin Badian? Even if he told the truth, Dong Yuxian might not believe him. "Aren't you celebrating too early?" The young man's eyes were heavy, and he said, "I'm no match for him at all." "Run." "What?" Everyone turned pale with fright. The young man couldn't even withstand the power of the giant rat. "Let's go." When they came back to their senses, they didn't dare to hesitate. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang activated the momentary time and the dual wills of the heavenly axiom, leading the group to escape frantically. The giant rat glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, as if it didn't care at all. It lowered its head to look at the young man and laughed. "I didn't expect such a ruthless character to appear this time. Since you know, why don't you retreat?" The young man's eyes were like torches. This was the first time she had seen him so serious and serious. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because of a few words of praise? You're courting death." The giant rat's eyes glowed fiercely. The giant claw suddenly lifted up and mercilessly slapped at the green foxtail. The young man did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, his origin energy rolled out. It exploded with dazzling five-colored divine light and blasted towards the giant claw. A pitiful ant. "I'll show you what crushing strength is." The greater rat struggled to smile before it crashed down. Rumble. The five-colored divine light was annihilated on the spot, and the power of origin was shattered. Following closely, accompanied by a loud cracking sound, the green foxtail was torn apart on the spot. "What?" Qin Feiyang and the others glared angrily. Even the young man's origin energy could not defeat the greater rat. Just how strong was he? Ants are just ants in the end. The game of cat and mouse officially begins now. The greater rat sneered and grabbed the young man and the snow python with its huge claws. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and stuffed them into its mouth. This scene made Qin Feiyang and the others' scalps tingle. The powerful young man was swallowed alive by the greater rat. Quick, quick, quick. For a moment, everyone was urging Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Now, whether they could escape or not depended on their speed. Cat and mouse, what an interesting game. You guys have to play with me. The greater rat stepped forward and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. You're the rat, okay? The white-eyed wolf roared. A rat actually wanted to play a game of cat and mouse? What kind of world was this? I'll choose you. The greater rat stared at the white-eyed wolf and laughed. It immediately stretched out its huge claws and grabbed at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf had previously survived under the protection of the power of origin. Moreover, with the help of the mermaid princess Eye of Life, its injuries had been healed. However, facing the greater rat, even if its injuries were healed and restored to its peak state, it was meaningless. Bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The white-eyed wolf roared. Even if you turn into a ghost, I'll still kill you. As the greater rat's voice fell, its huge claws slammed down. Qin Feiyang and the others were clearly with the white-eyed wolf, but the greater rat just didn't attack Qin Feiyang and the others. It grabbed the white-eyed wolf. Brother Wolf. Lunatic roared. With a clang, the sword of all evil slashed wildly. However, the powerful sword of all evil stood on the greater rat's claws, but it couldn't even cut off a single hair. Bastard. Let him go for me. Qin Feiyang also roared, and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death appeared with monstrous power. But the result was still the same. The law of life and death blasted on the giant claws, as if it was just scratching an itch. The greater rat was so powerful that it made people despair. I'll fight it out with you. The white-eyed wolf also knew that he couldn't escape death. A destructive aura roared out from his body. Self-destruction. Rather than being swallowed alive, it was better to self-destruct and die with dignity. Brother Wolf. The mermaid princess and the others also had a look of grief and indignation. Especially Fire Dance and Long Qin. Let him go for me. Long Qin held the angel's sword and attacked desperately. Holy dragon? Not a bad ration. The greater rat laughed out loud. Its other claw fell down and grabbed the Long Qin, then it stuffed it into its bloody mouth. Little sister. Long Chen was also angry. The mid-level Dominator heavenly weapon, Sky Dragon sword, and God's domain attacked angrily. But it was useless. Brother, run. With a desperate cry, Long Qin disappeared into the greater rat's wide mouth. Including the angel's sword. Damn woman, why are you so stupid? The white-eyed wolf's eyes instantly turned red. A destructive aura rolled in all directions. His body directly exploded in the greater rat's claw. But even if it was a self-destruction, it couldn't hurt the greater rat. White-eyed wolf, Long Qin, why are you still running? We can't escape at all. Lunatic clenched his hands tightly. Qin Feiyang also listened and didn't escape. The inner demons were the same. Even Dong Yuxian, Dong Tianchen, and the other two had no complaints about the inner demon stopping at this moment. Because this was the truth. There was no way to escape. Don't run anymore. That's boring. How about this? I can let one of you go. But in advance, you have to kill everyone else. The last person who survives, not only will I let him go, but I will also let him enter the arcane realm. The greater rat looked at the group of people mockingly. Everyone stared at the greater rat, their eyes full of anger. It wasn't enough to tease them for so long, and now it wanted them to kill each other? This is your only chance to live. The greater rat laughed. Don't even think about it. We'd rather die than become your entertainment. Princess Yuexian's eyes were gloomy. If it was someone who wasn't smart enough, they would definitely believe that as long as they killed everyone, the greater rat would let them go in the end. For example, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. They would definitely think of ways to kill the people around them. But Qin Feiyang and the others, were they stupid? They weren't stupid. The greater rat made it sound nice, but when there was really only one person left, it would definitely not let them go. For the greater rat, this was still a game of looking for fun. I'd rather it be. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Being seen through by everyone, the greater rat was a little embarrassed and angry. A divine light swept out, carrying a monstrous power, and went straight to Dong Yuexian. Dong Yuexian's face was pale. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a figure rushed in front of Dong Yuexian and pushed her away. Immediately, the divine light blasted on the figure that suddenly appeared. Lu Yuntian, Dong Yuxian stared blankly at the man standing in the void. This person was the inner demons. I'll take my leave first. The inner demon smiled at Qin Feiyang and the others, and its body exploded on the spot, blood splattering in the sky. Lu Yuntian. Dong Yuxian screamed. She looked as if she had gone crazy. This bastard, he actually sacrificed himself to save her? What a loving man, I'm interested. How touching. If that's the case, I'll send you to hell to reunite. The greater rat laughed and suddenly raised its giant claws, slapping at Dong Yuxian. You're usually so cold to me, I thought you didn't like me, but it turns out you have me in your heart. Princess Yuxian looked at the place where the inner demon's body was shattered, and a smile appeared on her peerless face. Then, she closed her eyes, and as the giant claws fell, blood splattered in all directions. Qin Feiyang and the others saw this scene. They were really surprised by the inner demon's performance. Because this was the first time they saw the inner demons being willing to die for a woman. This meant that the inner demons were indeed attracted to Dong Yuxian. But now, it didn't matter. It was going to happen anyway. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the mermaid princess and apologized. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. It's okay. I'm already very satisfied to die together. The mermaid princess grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand without any complaints or regrets. Qin Feiyang held his lover's hand tightly, as if he was afraid that they would be separated in hell. Then, he looked at the madman, Long Qin, the demon ancestor, the king, and the others, and smiled, in my next life. I hope I can still meet you in my next life. Don't. Meeting you in this life is already troublesome, I don't want to be so troublesome in my next life. That's right. In my next life, I want to have some peace and quiet, don't come looking for me. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing spoke one after another. At this moment, everyone had completely let go of the past. Being able to die together was also a kind of fate. It's too touching. However, you still have to die. The greater rat laughed savagely, and its giant claws slammed down. This place suddenly turned blood red, as beautiful as a flower. No. Qin Feiyang was also about to die under the giant claws, but suddenly, his gaze trembled, and he raised his head to look at the greater rat's eyes. In its eyes, there seemed to be a world of nothingness. And in the void, there were still figures standing. Was he seeing things? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Nothing had changed. In the greater rat's eyes, there were indeed figures standing there. After careful identification, he found that the group of people in the greater rat's eyes were actually him, the white-eyed wolf, and the others. What was going on? Weren't the white-eyed wolf and the others already dead? Why would they appear in the greater rat's eyes? Moreover, that world of nothingness was exactly the same as the passage to the secret realm. Could it be? Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he roared angrily, this is another illusion. Chapter 46-27. Boom! An unyielding will erupted. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and rushed towards the giant rat's claw like a sharp arrow. Originally, that terrifying giant claw was actually pierced through by Qin Feiyang's willpower at this moment. Following closely, he rushed towards the giant rat's eyes crazily. At this moment, a trace of panic crept into the giant rat's expression. I understand now. This kind of illusion is a test of willpower. As long as I have willpower that surpasses everything, I can crush you. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. His entire body was burning with flames. This was the manifestation of his willpower. In front of the huge giant rat, he was like a tiny ant. However, at this moment, this ant, relying on his strong willpower, broke through the layers of giant waves and punched towards the giant rat's eyes. Crack! A sound like a mirror shattering was heard. Immediately, the giant rat's eye membrane began to collapse. Following closely, its eyes also shattered crazily. Finally, the giant rat's entire body dissipated with a bang. As the giant rat dissipated, the surrounding bones and blood all disappeared into nothingness. The shattered void also gradually healed. At this moment, Qin Feiyang looked around. The place where he was and the passage before had not changed at all. But there, in the void behind him, stood a group of people. These people were the white-eyed wolf and the others who had already died. None of them died. That's great. Looking at these familiar faces, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a bright smile. There was nothing happier than the dead appearing in front of him alive. What a terrifying illusion. Just as the emperor said, you thought you had escaped from the illusion, but in the end, you were still in the illusion. The first illusion was already terrifying enough. And the second illusion was even more terrifying. Because the place that appeared was in this passage, there was also a space-time storm, the entrance of the secret realm, and the giant rat guarding the entrance of the secret realm. It was even more realistic than the first one. After coming to this kind of place once, you would never want to come to a second time. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang quickly turned his gaze to the white-eyed wolf and the others. At this moment, the group of people were motionless. Beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and their faces were pale. This scene was exactly the same as what Qin Feiyang saw after he got rid of the first illusion. Is it another illusion? This caused him to be bewildered. He was really scared now. The illusions came one after another, causing him to lose his confidence. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound could be heard. Qin Feiyang hurriedly raised his head and saw a huge figure flying towards them at lightning speed. Snow python? He then looked at the back of the snow python. The young man was also lying on the back of the snow python. You woke up so soon. When the snow python flew over, the young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang remained silent. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. In the second illusion, this young man had confused him. Because at that time, he already had doubts in his heart. Could it be an illusion? However, the young man's words dispelled his doubts in his heart. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. So now, he couldn't believe the young man in front of him. What if it was another illusion? Look at your expression. Did I trick you in the illusion? The young man looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. Sure enough. This illusory realm is really deadly. The young man shook his head and said, do you know what this illusion is called? What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Catoptric deflection. It is known as the strongest illusion in the world. Your eye of life and death couldn't see through it. The young man sighed. Then how did you get rid of the illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned and couldn't help but glance at the snow python. In the second illusion, the snow python had the eye of illusion. However, in the face of the second illusion, the eye of illusion was useless. So now, he really wanted to know if the snow python in reality had the eye of illusion. Since I know the name of this illusion, of course I have the ability to break it. However, I don't need to do it. It can do it. The young man patted the snow python's head. Eye of illusion? Qin Feiyang blurted out these words. How do you know? Have you seen it in the illusion? The young man was stunned and asked suspiciously. Yes. However, the eye of illusion in the illusion couldn't see through the second illusion. Qin Feiyang said. It is indeed a catoptric deflection. It is hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. The young man shook his head. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and explained, the eye of illusion can see through all illusions in the world. Therefore, the eye of illusion that you saw in the illusion was just a trick that the illusion played on you. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, how many illusions have you experienced? 3. The young man said. 3? 3 illusions in such a short time? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had only experienced 2 illusions. Can illusions be measured by time? Everything in the illusion, including time, is fake. The young man said lightly. Qin Feiyang nodded, but he still didn't let down his guard against the young man. He was really worried that everything he saw now was an illusion again. This would make him collapse. I think you are going crazy because of the illusion. The young man shook his head and smiled, and continued, but soon you will know whether you are still in the illusion or not. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Because I have found the entrance to the secret realm. After the young man said, he looked at the snow python and said, wake everyone up. The snow python nodded. The eye of illusion was opened. Qin Feiyang looked at the eye of illusion. It was exactly the same as the eye of illusion he saw in the second illusion. Following the awakening of the eye of recklessness, the white-eyed wolf and the others, who were standing still, immediately quivered and returned to reality. They all had confused expressions. Where is this? Everyone glanced around. The snow python said, welcome back to the real world. The real world? Are you sure this is the real world? Everyone was bewildered. Obviously, they had all been tortured by the illusion. Also, we have found the entrance to the secret realm, follow us. After the snow python said that, it turned around and flew in the direction it came from. Everyone looked at each other, but in the end, they still chose to follow. Madman ran to Qin Feiyang's side and said, Old Qin, are we really not in the illusion now? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. When Madman heard this, he looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes and couldn't help but be vigilant. This made Qin Feiyang speechless. He finally understood the feelings of the young man before. Because before, he was also very vigilant towards the young man. Madman wasn't the only one. Now, everyone was silent. They looked at each other with vigilance. Even the mermaid princess didn't get close to Qin Feiyang. This illusory realm is really making everyone panic. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang sighed in his heart. Woo-woo, suddenly. In front, the sound of wind came. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Another spacetime storm? Sure enough. Soon. A series of spacetime storms of a huge scale came whistling over. The dog-tail grass at the corner of the mysterious young man's mouth bloomed with five-colored divine light, transforming into a barrier to protect everyone. Very smoothly, they passed through the spacetime storm. After moving forward for more than half an hour, they encountered 3 more spacetime storms during which they safely passed through. Finally, a huge beast shadow appeared in front. Qin Feiyang fixed his eyes on it and his pupils immediately shrank. The giant beast in front was exactly the same as the giant rat he saw in the second illusion. And it was also lying in the void and sleeping. Don't say that I didn't warn you. This giant beast is even stronger than the giant star beast. Don't wake it up and carefully go in from the entrance. The young man said with a serious expression. Okay. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to be careless. Because in the illusion, he personally experienced the power of the giant rat. That was a godlike existence, making people despair. The entrance to the secret realm is there. Dong Qingyuan pointed to the stomach of the giant rat. The entrance to the secret realm was also a stone door. The shape was the same as the stone door Qin Feiyang saw in the illusion. But there was a difference in size. The entrance to this secret realm was very small, only 1 meter wide and 3 meters high, almost only one person could pass through. And the stone door in the illusion was hundreds of feet high, like a mountain. But fortunately, now the stone door was not in the giant rat's arms, but in front of the giant rat's stomach. There was no cover, so it was easy to enter. Let's go. The young man jumped down from the snow python's back. The snow python also became the size of a palm and landed on the young man's shoulder. Then the young man called out and walked toward the entrance of the secret realm. The group of people restrained their aura to the extreme. They were afraid that they would make any noise and wake the giant rat. Let's go in first. Seeing that the entrance to the secret realm was close, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan looked at each other and immediately rushed to the front. At the same time, their eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "We can't let them go in front," the white-eyed wolf secretly exclaimed. These two despicable guys, if they were allowed to go in front, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. But now, because they were afraid of waking the giant rat, they didn't dare to activate the will of heavenly axiom and momentary time, so the advantage of speed was gone. So, they could only desperately catch up. Finally, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan rushed to the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly, Dong Hanzong waved his hand, and the power of all kinds of laws surged out, transforming into a torrent that slammed into the giant rat's head. Then, without looking back, the giant rat followed Dong Qingyuan into the entrance of the arcane realm and disappeared. Dong Hanzong, Qin Feiyang and the others were instantly furious. As expected, he was up to no good. Even the mysterious young man's eyes couldn't help but darken, and he shouted, "Go in quickly." Qin Feiyang gently patted the mermaid princess on the shoulder, and the mermaid princess immediately flew into the entrance of the secret realm uncontrollably. Then, he looked at the madman and the others and said, "You guys go in first, be careful of Dong Hanzong." "Got it." The madman nodded. At this time, there was no need to be pretentious. The group rushed into the entrance of the secret realm crazily. Long Chen also let Long Qin enter the secret realm first. There was no other way. The entrance of the secret realm in reality was too small, so they could only enter one by one. Chapter 46-28. At the same time, the giant rat opened its eyes, revealing two terrifying and fierce eyes. At first, there was a trace of suspicion in its eyes. But when it saw Qin Feiyang and the others, especially when it saw that someone had broken into the secret realm entrance, its eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. "A group of ants, how dare you sneak into the secret realm while I'm asleep? Unforgivable." A deafening voice sounded. The giant rat raised its huge claws and slapped at the entrance of the secret realm. "Go in quickly. Now." Only Qin Feiyang, the young man, the snow python, Long Chen, Ji Tianjun, Dong Yuxian, the inner demons, and Lu Jiajin were left. The others had already entered the secret realm. "Be careful. We'll wait for you in the secret realm," Ji Tianjun said without looking back and rushed into the entrance of the secret realm. Qin Feiyang looked at the entrance of the secret realm and said in a deep voice, "If I don't enter the secret realm, take care of everyone for me." The inner demons didn't look back, nor did they answer. Because at this time, they couldn't turn back. If they turned back, it would be a waste of time. Dong Yuxian glanced at Qin Feiyang and Longcen and quickly entered the secret realm entrance. She always felt that whether it was Qin Feiyang or Long Chen, the talent, courage, and responsibility that they showed were not like the consecrators in the families of Dong Tianchen and the other two. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jiajin also rushed into the secret realm. But at this moment, the giant rat's claws fell. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. In an instant, the dual will of heaven was activated. He grabbed Lu Jiajin's arm, rolled up Long Chen, the young man, and the snow python, and retreated like lightning. Boom! The giant claw fell, and the entire entrance of the secret realm was suddenly buried under the giant claw. The surrounding void collapsed crazily. It was like a scene of doomsday. Will the entrance of the secret realm be smashed? The snow python muttered. It shouldn't be. The entrance of the secret realm is not so fragile. Lu Jiajin frowned. There was also a trace of worry in his expression. If the entrance of the secret realm was really smashed by the claw, then they wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm again. Dual will of the heavenly Tao? He actually comprehended the ultimate profundity of the laws of life and death. It seems that the quality of the humans who came this time is pretty good. However, no matter how many ultimates you have comprehended, you are still ants before me. The greater rat stared at Qin Feiyang and cackled. Its huge claws covered the sky as it swept towards them. They all looked at the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing that the entrance to the dungeon was still intact, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the entrance to the secret realm was still there, no matter how difficult it was, there was still a chance. That was because they were all people who refused to admit defeat. If there was no chance, then he would create one. Qin Feiyang led a group of people to avoid the giant claw as he said in a deep voice, "I encountered it in the second illusion. Its strength is extremely terrifying." "How scary?" Long Chen was suspicious. "All of us died at his hands," Qin Feiyang said. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's eyelids twitched. Even though it was just an illusion, Zhang Xian still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling upon hearing it. "Does that include me?" the young man said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's that strong? Then I would like to see it for myself." The young man changed his usual laziness. A dazzling 5-colored divine light burst out from the green foxtail as it pierced through the sky and blasted towards the giant claw. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others could not help but look forward to it. Although the young man died at the hands of the greater rat in the illusion, it was still an illusion after all. Now that they were in reality, the young man might be able to suppress the greater rat. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the green foxtail showed an extremely terrifying side as it blasted the greater rat's claw away. Yes! Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. In their eyes, the fire of hope was burning. At the same time, the greater rat looked at the green foxtail in surprise. Following closely, it looked at the young man again with a hint of suspicion in its eyes as it asked, "Who are you? Why do I feel that you look familiar?" "You don't have the right to know." The young man smiled proudly. "Ah." The greater rat was stunned and suddenly raised its head to laugh out loud. "Are you so arrogant? Are you the descendant of the god of creation? Even if you are the descendant of the god of creation, you have to kneel down before me in this arcane realm. You have to have the ability to do so too." The young man's eyes flashed coldly. The power of origin poured out from the green foxtail grass and turned into a huge wave. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the giant rat. "This origin energy," the greater rat murmured and laughed out loud. "It's really interesting. Little ant, now I'll let you see what the strongest power is." The greater rat suddenly stood up. Its body was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like a mountain with monstrous ferocity. Immediately after, rays of divine light emerged from the greater rat's glabella. Boom! There was a loud noise. The divine light and the origin energy collided. The origin energy actually collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? The young man was stunned. The power of the origin had been destroyed so easily. Are you surprised? Among the powers in this world, the power of the origin is not the strongest. The greater rat smiled ferociously. The divine light flooded the sky and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. "This seems to be," Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly thought of something. He said in shock, "This is the power of faith." The power of faith. Lu Jiajin and Long Chen's eyes trembled. The power of faith could indeed compete with the origin energy. But one had to know. The young man's origin energy was many times stronger than the origin energy of the divine kingdom. But now, it was easily defeated by the greater rat's power of faith. How powerful was this power of faith? "It can't be the ruler of a world, can it?" Qin Feiyang murmured. "Not necessarily. For example, although the sovereign of the human race is not the ruler of a world, he also has the power of faith." Lu Jiajin shook his head. Therefore, the appearance of the power of faith was not directly related to whether one was the ruler of a world or not. The greater rat looked at the young man proudly and laughed, "Little ant, the origin energy that you are so proud of was defeated by me so easily. Are you desperate?" The young man's eyes were heavy. "It's even more powerful than an illusion." Qin Feiyang took a few people and fled frantically. Even the young man was no match for the greater rat, not to mention him, Long Chen, Lu Jiajin, and the snow python. It's all because of this damn Dong Hanzong. The snow python said angrily. It's useless to say this now. The young man shook his head. The most important thing now was to find a way to get rid of this greater rat. As for Dong Hanzong, it wouldn't be too late to settle the score with him after entering the arcane realm. The green foxtail grass shone brightly and constantly collided with the power of faith. However, not only did it not destroy the power of faith, but the green foxtail grass divine light gradually dimmed. After so many years of experience, this is the first time I feel such a real sense of crisis. The young man clenched his hands. This kind of grievance almost drove him crazy. It seemed that he had to use his trump card, or else he wouldn't even be able to keep the green foxtail grass. There should be a limit to your arrogance. The young man's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura emerged from between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Why was he facing the greater rat head-on? However, when they felt the aura gushing out from the young man's eyebrows, Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, and Lu Jiajin suddenly had a look of disbelief. Because this aura was the aura of the sky-devouring beast. Why was there the aura of the sky-devouring beast in the young man's body? If it was the white-eyed wolf, they would be no exception at all. Because the white-eyed wolf's battle soul was the sky-devouring beast. But in their memory, the young man didn't seem to have any interaction with the sky-devouring beast. The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. A bright golden light swept out from between the young man's eyebrows, followed by a monstrous aura. This was the aura of a supreme beast. This kind of aura only existed in the sky-devouring beast. In other words, only the sky-devouring beast had this kind of aura. How could this be? This seems to be the killing intent of the sky-devouring beast. But why is there the killing intent of the sky-devouring beast in this person's body? Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with surprise and doubt. At the same time, the killing intent of the sky-devouring beast transformed into its true form. It wasn't big. It could even be said that it was very small. It was only the size of a palm. But it stood in the void like a god. When the greater rat saw it, it immediately piled up a fawning smile on its face. Little rat, you're very impressive. The sky-devouring beast grinned. No. The greater rat quickly shook its head and smiled apologetically. Is the sky-devouring beast so strong? Qin Feiyang had a look of disbelief on his face. It's just a killing intent, and it's enough to make the terrifying greater rat behave like a little lamb? Although you have a duty, Master Frog has no choice. Who asked this kid to release Master Frog's killing intent? For Master Frog's sake, don't make things difficult for them anymore. The sky-devouring beast picked its nose and said casually. Of course I have to give face to Boss Frog. The greater rat laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, saying, you guys go in quickly. That's it? The few of them looked at each other. The sky-devouring beast was indeed powerful. Now, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of the battle with the sky-devouring beast. Was such an existence something he could defeat? Let's go. Let's find Dong Hanzong to settle the score. The young man called out and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Qin Feiyang and the others heard this and a trace of killing intent flashed across their eyes. Then, they rushed towards the entrance like lightning. Kid. Suddenly, the sky-devouring beast spoke. A look of helplessness flashed across the young man's face and he turned to look at the sky-devouring beast. Have you thought it through? The secret realm is not a place that ordinary people can set foot in. And now, you have used the killing intent that Boss Frog gave you. Boss Frog won't help you anymore. The sky-devouring beast said. Am I an ordinary person? The young man shook his head proudly and entered the secret realm without looking back. The corner of the sky-devouring beast's mouth twitched. He really didn't know how lucky he was. Qin kid. Suddenly, the sky-devouring beast called out to Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the sky-devouring beast, saying indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it." "I'll go." "What kind of attitude is this? Boss Frog just saved you guys." The sky-devouring beast raised its eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do I have to bow and scrape in front of you and call you senior, Lord? This kid, he's a little arrogant." The greater rat looked at Qin Feiyang. He actually dared to talk to the sky-devouring beast like this? Chapter 2, Release at 10. Chapter 46-29. The heaven-devouring beast's face darkened, and it said angrily, "Don't forget our arranged battle." "I remember, I don't need you to remind me." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, turned around, and entered the entrance of the secret realm. "Hey! You kid, be careful too. Also, protect your sister. If anything happens to her, your father might tear you apart." The heaven-devouring beast looked at Long Chen, who was about to enter the secret realm, and chuckled. Long Chen's mouth twitched, and he cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, senior." After saying that, he entered the secret realm without hesitation. Lu Jiajin took a deep look at the heaven-devouring beast, and also entered the secret realm. "These kids are really stubborn." The heaven-devouring beast shook its head. "Boss Frog, do you know them?" The giant rat came in front of the heaven-devouring beast, its face full of curiosity. The heaven-devouring beast raised its eyebrows and looked at the giant rat unhappily. "Understood, understood." The giant rat quickly shrank to the size of a palm. "Haven't you noticed? The kid at the beginning is his son." The heaven-devouring beast shook its head helplessly. The giant rat was stunned and muttered, "Why do I feel that he looks familiar?" "So he's his child. Time flies, he's grown so big. Isn't that so? This also means that we're old." The heaven-devouring beast shook its head. The giant rat asked curiously, "What about the other three?" The heaven-devouring beast said, "That kid called Long Chen is Ice Dragon's son." "What? Even his son is so big?" The giant rat was stunned. The heaven-devouring beast said, "This guy is lucky, he has a daughter who just entered the secret realm. This is really a flood against the Dragon King's temple, he almost killed his own people." The giant rat was glad. If he really slaughtered these brats, then it would be very lively. Ice Dragon would probably come looking for trouble every day. There's also someone called Lu Jiajin, he's related to Lord Frog. As for that Qin Feiyang, the heaven-devouring beast raised the corner of its mouth and whispered a name in the giant rat's ear. "What? It's his reincarnation." The giant rat was dumbfounded. He was even more shocked than when he heard the identity of the young man and Long Chen. "Yes. Now you know what fear is. The people you've offended are people you can't afford to offend." The heaven-devouring beast looked at it gloatingly. Cough cough. The greater rat's expression was extremely awkward. It smiled obsequiously and said, "Boss Frog, we're brothers who have gone through fire and water together. You have to help me when the time comes, don't just stand there and watch the show." "Is Uncle Frog such a kind person?" The heaven-devouring beast laughed mockingly. "Don't. We're all brothers, you can't be so heartless." The greater rat's face was full of flattery. "Look at how useless you are. That's enough. Master Frog will deal with it when the time comes. But now, you have a mission." The heaven-devouring beast's eyes flashed. "What mission?" The greater rat was suspicious. "Don't tell me he's here to trick me." The sky-devouring beast chuckled and whispered into the greater rat's ear. Gradually, the greater rat's face turned green. This was a trap for it. "You're not willing?" The heaven-devouring beast's face darkened. No, I know the reason very well. It's just that they're not to be trifled with." The greater rat frowned. Wasn't this asking it to be tortured? "Okay. Then in the future, when they come to find trouble with you, don't come to Uncle Frog for help." the heaven-devouring beast said calmly. In any case, it had an attitude of, "I'll definitely eat you up." All right. The greater rat had no choice but to agree. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. Entering the entrance of the secret realm, it was pitch black in front of them. They didn't know how much time had passed. At the end of the darkness in front of them, a ray of light gradually appeared. That should be the exit. The group of people was looking forward to it. What was the secret realm like? At the same time, above a desert. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see. The wind whistled, rolling up a sandstorm that filled the sky. In the sky, a scorching sun emitted a scorching heat, making the entire desert seem like a big furnace. A group of people stood in the desert, looking around angrily. They were the madman, the white-eyed wolf, the king, the mermaid princess, the demon ancestor, and the others. Dong Yuxian and Dong Tianchen were also there. At this moment, most of them were looking for Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. But, looking around, they couldn't find the two of them at all. And the mermaid princess, Fire Dance, Long Qin, and the inner demons looked at the sky worriedly. There was nothing in the sky. But they had all fallen from the sky. This meant that the entrance of the secret realm led to this place. Why aren't they here yet? They won't be in any danger, right? The mermaid princess's face was full of fear. Fire Dance grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and comforted her. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Heaven helps the good. They will definitely be fine. Brother, nothing must happen to you." Long Qin also clenched his hands tightly. Dong Tianchen retracted his gaze and looked at the mermaid princess and the others. He looked at Dong Yuxian and said in a deep voice, "This Dong Hanzong even wanted to kill you. We must not let him go. Yuxian, let's split up and look for him. We must find him." As for Qin Feiyang's safety, he wasn't worried at all. It would be best if he died. He wouldn't have to find a way to break the blood oath and would be free directly. Nonsense. Now that we've entered the secret realm, how can we split up? Moreover, Dong Hanzong is so powerful. If you meet him alone, none of you will be his opponent. Dong Yuxian's eyes were gloomy. She really didn't expect Dong Hanzong to do such a thing. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang and the others, she would probably be the one facing the giant rats now. How despicable. What are you afraid of? We all have the origin force. Dong Ping frowned. The origin force is used to save lives at a critical moment. Moreover, Father also said that the origin energy in your bodies is of no use in the mystic realm. Dong Yuxian said. Dong Ping fell silent. His expression seemed to be annoyed. But at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The mermaid princess and the others' faces were suddenly full of joy. Because the few people who appeared were Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, Lu Jiajin, the young man, and the snow python. They actually came in? Dong Tianchen and the others' faces were full of disbelief. Facing such a terrifying giant rat, how did they survive and how did they enter the secret realm? Yuxian, come with us. Right away. Dong Tianchen grabbed Dong Yuxian and turned around, disappearing into the sandstorm like lightning. Dong Ping and Dong Xian also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the white-eyed wolf and the madman couldn't help but frown. This Dong Tianchen was really dishonest. Although there was a blood oath binding them, the blood oath did not include the freedom of Dong Tianchen and the others, so even if the three of them slipped away, it was not considered a violation. Why didn't they die? At the same time, behind a sand dune in the distance, two figures were sneakily hiding there. It was Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan. Dong Hanzong's face was extremely gloomy. He thought that since they didn't appear for a long time, they must be dead. He didn't expect that they actually came to the secret realm alive. He didn't know Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were among them, because the identity of the two had not been exposed. Therefore, the people he really wanted to kill were the young man and Lu Jiajin. The young man's current identity was Qin Batian, and Lu Jiajin was now the commander of the Death God army. It could be said that Lu Jiajin took everything away from him, so he hated him. Don't be impulsive. Dong Qingyuan pressed Dong Hanzong. He was afraid that Dong Hanzong would rush out impulsively. He now regretted walking with Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong made such a scene, so he had no choice but to return to Dong Yuxian. Wait. He could actually go back. Because it was Dong Hanzong who woke up the giant rats. It had nothing to do with him. He could totally shirk it. However, now that Dong Yuxian and Dong Tianqian had left, he could only temporarily follow Dong Hanzong. Otherwise, facing this dangerous and unpredictable secret realm, he couldn't survive at all. Wait, suddenly. Dong Qingyuan frowned, looking at the group of white-eyed wolf, and asked suspiciously, Hanzong, don't you think it's a little strange? What's strange? Dong Hanzong was suspicious. Lu Yunfeng and the others came back alive, so Dong Tianqian should be happy, but why did he directly pull the princess and run away as if he was running for his life? Dong Qingyuan frowned. Yes. Dong Hanzong suddenly patted his head. Dong Tianqian and the other two actually left their clan's offerings? This obviously didn't make sense. Forget it, let's go. Qin Batian is not a simple person. If he finds out, we'll be in trouble. Dong Qingyuan transmitted his voice. Dong Hanzong nodded. The two turned around decisively and left quietly. It was worth noting that whether it was Dong Tianqian and the other three, or Dong Hanzong and the other two, they didn't fly. In other words, they all ran away on the desert. In the sky. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the others appeared, they were shocked. Because as soon as they appeared, they fell down uncontrollably. They couldn't stand in the void or fly at all. Catch them. Mermaid Princess looked at White-Eyed Wolf and the group of men and shouted. Okay, catch them. White-Eyed Wolf, Frenzy, and Li Feng ran up and stretched out their hands. But just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to land, the three of them looked at each other and laughed sneakily, retreating one after another. Bang! Immediately, Qin Feiyang and the others fell into the desert without any impression. You! Mermaid Princess and Long Qin glared at the three of them. They're all grown men. So what if they fall down? Can they fall to their deaths? White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Long Qin was speechless. What a complete jerk. Damn wolf pup, what if we fall to our deaths? Qin Feiyang got up with a dark face and glared at White-Eyed Wolf. Aren't we fine? White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Unreliable. Long Qin shook his head, got up and patted the sand off his body. He glanced around and saw that everyone was safe and sound. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked, where are Dong Hanzong and the others? Dong Hanzong. Qin Feiyang, Lu Jiajin, and the young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. When we came here, they were gone. They should know that we won't let them go, so they ran away directly. Frenzy said. What an infuriating piece of trash. Chapter 46:30. This Dong Hanzong. I really don't know how to evaluate him now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If you say he's smart, he's done some stupid things time and time again. But if you say he's stupid, he knows to run away when the situation is not good. Let's not talk about him first. What's going on? Long Qin tried to jump, but he couldn't stand in the void at all. This is one of the scariest things about the secret realm. Not only can you not fly in the void, but your speed will also be reduced by more than half. The inner demon sighed. When he saw the records in the handbook, he didn't believe it, but he didn't expect it to be true. Our speed will be reduced by more than half. Qin Feiyang and Long Qin looked at each other, and at the same time, they teleported away. What are you doing? The group of people changed color and quickly chased after them. What if they were swept away by the sandstorm? After a while, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen stopped, frowning. Their speed was indeed reduced by more than half, which was 2/3. Then the two turned around, looking at the group of people who were panting, and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous?" "We just want to test it." "Can you not make people nervous? Don't you know what this place is?" Long Qin glared at Long Chen. Mermaid Princess also looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Okay. I know I was wrong. The two hurriedly apologized. Now, where are Dong Tianchen and the others? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Previously, when they came out, because they were caught off guard and fell, they did not notice Dong Tianchen and the other two who had slipped away. Seeing you come in, they ran away like they were running for their lives. The madman smiled disdainfully. How could they call themselves the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty? Shame on them. They ran away. Qin Feiyang frowned, but then smiled and said, "It's good that Dong Yuxian is not here. At least we don't have to hide when we talk in the future. As for Dong Tianchen and the others, can they escape from our hands?" "Ha!" The group of people laughed. "No matter how powerful you, Sun Wukong, are, you can't escape the 5-finger mountain of Gautama Buddha. I'm leaving too. See you later." The young man waved his hand at Qin Feiyang and the others. Then, he grabbed the snow python that was lying on his shoulder. The snow python grew in the wind and in an instant, it was 10,000 feet long. Then, the young man jumped up and landed on the snow python's back. "Wait," Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the young man, but he swallowed his words and watched the young man leave. Originally, he wanted to invite the young man to stay. After all, if they were together, they could take care of each other. But on second thought, this young man had chosen an unusual path. An invitation was a wasted invitation. Madman retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, Lu Jiajin, and Long Chen. He asked curiously, "How did you escape in here?" As soon as he said that, Qin Feiyang and the others all looked at the white-eyed wolf. "Why are you looking at me?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "Because we escaped in here because of the heaven-swallowing beast." "What? Heaven-swallowing beast?" The group was shocked. How could it be related to the heaven-swallowing beast? Could it be that it also came to the secret realm? The strength of the greater rat is very terrifying because it has a kind of faith power. Even the young man could only be abused. At that time, when we were about to die under the greater rat, the heaven-swallowing beast's killing intent suddenly appeared between the young man's eyebrows. This time, I really experienced the strength of the heaven-swallowing beast. An existence as powerful as the greater rat was actually as obedient as a lamb in front of the heaven-swallowing beast. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Now, he really didn't dare to think about the battle with the heaven-swallowing beast. Because when he thought about it, he had a headache. In the past, he was too naive. He thought that he would be able to catch up with the heaven-swallowing beast soon, but as his cultivation continued to grow stronger, he realized how powerful the heaven-swallowing beast was. So that's how it is. The heaven-swallowing beast's killing intent is actually in the young man's body? What's going on? Could it be that the young man is related to the heaven-swallowing beast? Otherwise, why would it personally protect the young man? Everyone frowned. This question was too inconceivable. I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thinking about it, with the heaven-swallowing beast's strength, if they were not related, how could it protect the young man? It could only mean that there was a close relationship between the two that they didn't know about. Have you asked the young man? The white-eyed wolf asked. No. He won't tell us even if we ask. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. Everyone nodded. The young man's identity had always been a mystery. Every time they asked him, he had been playing dumb with them. Therefore, it was better not to ask. Qin Feiyang glanced around, looked at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, and asked, "Where are we now?" according to the handwritten records. This is the barren desert, extremely vast. And in the barren desert, apart from the sandstorm, there are no other dangers. But don't think that you can let your guard down. The sandstorm you see now is just an ordinary storm. If you encounter a black sandstorm, you must avoid it. Because the black sandstorm is enough to strangle a heavenly path powerhouse within 10 breaths. The inner demon said in a deep voice. So powerful? Qin Feiyang and the rest were shocked. It was only a little weaker than the space-time storm in the passage. This is considered a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about other dangers. We just have to deal with the sandstorm with all our strength. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. Now, this was the only way to comfort himself. Then do we still need to rest? If not, let's set off. Lu Jiajin looked at everyone and asked. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Along the way, first the emperor escorted them, then the young man escorted them, so there was no need to rest. Then let's leave the barren desert first. To the Star Sea. Lu Jiajin smiled. The Star Sea? Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jiajin suspiciously. Lu Jiajin is in the south of the barren desert. You can see it when you walk out of the barren desert. Back then, whether it was the Divine Kingdom's dominator couple or the Emperor couple, they had always been in the Star Sea. And the information recorded in the handbook is all about the Star Sea. Lu Jiajin explained. What? They went to the Star Sea after going through so much trouble to come to the secret realm? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What are you talking about? Let's not talk about the secret realm first. Let's talk about the Star Sea. The Divine Kingdom's dominator couple and the Emperor couple have stayed in the secret realm for 20,000 years. But in these 20,000 years, they haven't found the border of the Star Sea. You can imagine how big the Star Sea is. It's even possible that the Star Sea that the Emperor couple saw was just the tip of the iceberg. So, if we can search the entire Star Sea, this trip will be worth it. Lu Jiajin looked at the white-eyed wolf, rolled his eyes, and said. It's that big? The group of people was shocked to the extreme. After 20,000 years, they still hadn't found the border of the Star Sea. Chapter 46:31. What about the west, north, and east of the barren desert? The madman was curious. Since there was such a terrifying Star Sea in the south, then there must be other things in the west, north, and east. I don't know. Lu Jiajin shook his head. You don't know? The madman was stunned. Didn't you hear what we said just now? The Emperor couple and the Divine Kingdom's ruler couple have always been in the Star Sea. What do you mean by always? It means that they have never been to other places. The inner demons was speechless. Why was his comprehension ability so bad? Ha! The madman laughed. He didn't notice this sentence. The king asked suspiciously, so, we can only go to the Star Sea? Yes. Because there is information about the Star Sea in the letter. If we go there, we can avoid a lot of dangers. But if we go to the west, east, and north, then everything will become unknown. Because we know nothing about the situation in these three directions. Lu Jiajin said. But have you thought about it? The information recorded in the letter must be the places where the Emperor couple and the Divine Kingdom's ruler couple have been. What treasures can they leave behind? Mu Tianyang said. Even if there were treasures left, they would definitely be things that the Emperor and the other three wouldn't care about. In short, the battlefield had already been cleaned up. If you go to clean it up again, you can only pick up some bones. That makes sense. Lu Jiajin frowned. Mu Tianyang looked at everyone and said, I think, since we are here to look for opportunities, we might as well give it a try. Otherwise, why would we come here? Actually, there are still many places in the Star Sea that have not been exploited. For example, there is a place called Seven Stars Island. According to the letter, neither the Divine Kingdom's ruler couple nor the Emperor couple were able to enter. And the ruler of the Divine Kingdom's ruler woman died outside Seven Stars Island. The inner demon said, 7 Stars Island? Qin Feiyang and the others were immediately interested. It said that the 7 Stars Island is made up of 7 islands that form the Big Dipper 7 Stars Formation. Furthermore, during the day, the 7 Stars Island will completely sink into the sea. At night, the 7 Stars Island will rise from the bottom of the sea. It said that there's a terrifying storm in the periphery of 7 Stars Island that can instantly kill Will of the Heavens experts. The closer we get to 7 Stars Island, the more terrifying the destructive power of the storm becomes. Back then, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom was about to reach the island, but a terrifying storm blew the two of them apart. Unable to resist, the woman was instantly killed by the storm. Later, the emperor and his wife also tried to land on the island, but they failed in the end. According to what the master of the Divine Kingdom wrote, there is definitely an amazing creation hidden on 7 Stars Island. The inner demon said. If that's the case, Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen. Anything is fine with me. Long Chen smiled faintly. All right. Then let's go to the Star Sea first and meet the 7 Stars Island. Qin Feiyang's battle intent was boiling. What if there was the true essence of the ultimate law on the island? And it was 7 islands. What if there was a true essence of the ultimate law on each island? By then, there would be 7. Just thinking about it made one excited. In that case, let's go to the Star Sea. Mu Tianyang could not help but be tempted. Immediately, the group of people revealed their true appearances. They had already entered the barren desert and Dong Yuxian had already left. There was no need to hide their identities anymore. It was quite awkward to keep looking at unfamiliar faces. For example, when Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess, it was not the face he wanted to see. He was not used to this. At this moment, Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. They had finally left the passage. This meant that it was indeed not an illusion this time. Catoptric deflection. He really did not want to encounter such a terrifying illusion a second time. Phew. After exhaling a long breath, Qin Feiyang was ready to set off. Although he could not fly and his speed was reduced by half, he could activate the moment of time, so it was not very slow. But at this moment, in the desert ahead, a strong wind suddenly blew. Black tornadoes swept across the sky and roared in the direction of the battle. Black storm. How is this possible? Lu Jiajin's expression changed. Qin Feiyang and the others' faces could not help but sink immediately. Previously, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had said that the black storm could kill the strong masters of the will of heaven in seconds. How could they encounter the black storm so quickly? This is not right. It is clearly recorded in the handbook that the black storm will not appear within a radius of 10,000 miles. The inner demon's face was full of surprise. What? There is such a thing? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. In short, the entrance is tantamount to a safe zone. There will be no black storm. In the past, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, who later became the emperor couple, recuperated here for decades and did not see a black storm. The inner demons nodded. Then why is there one now? The white-eyed wolf frowned. That's why I feel that something is wrong. Why would a black storm appear in a safe zone? Look, there is not even an ordinary sandstorm within a radius of 10,000 miles. The inner demons were extremely surprised. Don't talk about this. Hurry up and dodge. Lu Jiajin urged. Qin Feiyang consciously activated the dual will of heaven, swept up a group of people, and rushed toward the east at lightning speed, preparing to bypass the black storm. Because in the galaxy, it had always been the inner demons who led everyone. Therefore, if he had to lead everyone to escape now, given his character, he would definitely be extremely unhappy. Although his speed was suppressed and he could not compare to his previous speed after activating the will of the heavenly Tao and the instant of time, it was still rather shocking. However, the speed of the black storm was not inferior to Qin Feiyang's current speed. As expected, only powerhouses with the will of heaven can enter this place. Otherwise, everyone who comes will definitely die. Because, even an ordinary sandstorm could kill a powerhouse with the will of heaven within 10 breaths. If facing a powerhouse without the will of heaven, it would be enough to kill him instantly. Hurry up and try to see if the origin force can block this storm, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Dozens of breaths passed. They had already sped for millions of miles, but they still couldn't see the end of the storm. It seemed to be endless. Therefore, it was too late to take a detour. They had to force their way through. Otherwise, they would have to escape in the opposite direction, to the west. The inner demons waved his hand, and a wisp of origin force appeared and blasted toward the black storm. That's right. There was only one wisp. If they couldn't block the black storm, they would only lose a wisp of origin force. It wasn't too much of a loss. With a loud bang, the origin force blasted into the black storm. In front of the storm, a crack several meters wide immediately appeared. It was equivalent to, that wisp of origin power slashed the black storm in half. Yes. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Qin Feiyang hurriedly turned around and led a group of people behind the origin force, rushing forward. However, they didn't have to be happy for too long. At most, it was only about 10 breaths. The wisp of origin force in front of them shattered with a bang. The origin force was actually destroyed? And it only lasted for such a short time? The lethality of this black storm was even more terrifying than the space-time storm in the tunnel. Because although the space-time storm in the tunnel was also very strong, it hadn't reached the point where it could destroy the origin force. And with the shattering of the origin force, the storm in front of them suddenly surged, blocking the path of Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking behind them, the black storm had also closed. It was equivalent to, they were like the meat stuffing in a dumpling, sandwiched in the storm. There was no way forward, and no way back. Chapter 46-33. Now we can only use the power of origin to force our way through. The inner demon's eyes darkened, and they took out another stream of power of origin to attack. Another crack appeared in the storm in front. Qin Feiyang led a group of people and continued to rush forward. However, the black storm seemed to be endless. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, 1 day, 2 days, until half a month later, they were still in the storm. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. The inner demons shook their heads. Their faces were full of shock. What was going on? The emperor couple didn't encounter this situation, nor did the divine kingdom's ruler couple, but now they encountered it. But they didn't know. There was another person who was worse than them. This person was the young man. In this half a month, he had also been trapped in the black storm. At first, he also thought that the storm would disappear soon. But unexpectedly, after half a month, the storm showed no signs of disappearing. Damn you, are you deliberately torturing me? Moreover, the black storm that the young man encountered was several times more terrifying than the one that Qin Feiyang and the others encountered. Even his power of origin was constantly being consumed. At the same time, he also thought of a possibility. Someone was manipulating all of this behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the storm that didn't disappear for half a month be explained? It was already against common sense. Wait. Wait for me to get out, see how I'll deal with you. The young man roared angrily, looked at the snow python under his butt, and said angrily, "Hurry up, don't be lazy. When did I slack off? This is already my fastest speed." The snow python felt wronged. It didn't have dual wills of heaven, how fast could it be? What the group of people didn't know was that at this time, somewhere in the secret realm, a palm-sized mouse was looking at the image in the void. It showed the young man, Qin Feiyang, and the others in a sorry state. "I really didn't mean it. I was forced to do it. If you want to settle the score, go find Boss Frog," the little mouse whispered. Melancholy. How did he get involved in this matter? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Another half a month passed. The group had been in the barren desert for a total of a month. However, he still couldn't see the end of the barren desert. Cousin, how big is the barren desert? The mermaid princess could not help but ask worriedly. In this 1 month, he had no idea how much source power had already been consumed. This was because a single strand of origin energy could only last for 10 breaths. If this continued, perhaps the source energy in their hands would be completely exhausted here. When they entered the Star Sea, what would they use to fight against the storm on Seven Stars Island? The storm outside Seven Stars Island was so powerful that even the sovereign of the Divine Kingdom was helpless against it. According to the records in the handbook, it will take about 2 years to cross the desolate desert and reach the Sea of Stars. Lu Jiajin said. What? So long? Everyone was dumbfounded. If it was any other time, it wouldn't matter. 2 years would pass in a flash. But now, inside the storm, every minute and every second felt like a year. It was a kind of torture. We only have a total of 400,000 strands of origin energy. Can we hold on for 2 years? The group of people was deeply worried. Although Qin Feiyang had 2 wills of the heavenly Tao and could shorten the time by half, it would still take a year. Just thinking about it was a kind of torture. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He glanced at the storm in front of him with a trace of doubt in his eyes. What secret was hidden in this unusual storm? Don't tell me it's another illusion. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Looking at this strange scene, he thought of the illusion again. Immediately, he opened his life and death eye. Everything in front of him didn't change at all. But this didn't mean anything. Because in the passage, he couldn't see through the catoptric deflection. Old Qin, what are you doing? Don't tell me you think this is another illusion? Frenzy noticed Qin Feiyang's life and death eye and asked suspiciously. When the others heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. It was a little awkward. He had been thinking about it, but he just didn't think that it was the greater rat behind it. Because in his opinion, an existence as powerful as the greater rat was even more terrifying than the starry sky beasts. It definitely wouldn't do such a boring thing. Little Qin Zi, I remember that you once obtained a kind of divine art in the treasure pavilion in the ancient world. What kind of divine art is it? The white-eyed wolf scratched his head and couldn't remember for a moment. Divine art? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf racked his brains for a moment and said, it seems to be, specially for people with inner demons to cultivate. Is there such a divine art? Qin Feiyang also recalled. Wait. It seemed that there really was. Chaos Origin Divine Art. This divine art was a powerful secret technique. However, there was a prerequisite. Only people with inner demons could cultivate it. After cultivating it, the original body and the inner demons could fuse and increase their combat strength by several times. Back then, he entered the castle and went to the treasure pavilion with the fire lotus. After seeing the Chaos Origin Divine Art, he was immediately tempted. Later, in order to get the Chaos Origin Divine Art from the treasure pavilion, he also spent a lot of effort. Moreover, it was also at that time that he met Hui Yi. At that time, Hui Yi even changed his appearance and came to get close to him. The white-eyed wolf said, why don't you cultivate with the inner demons now and see if it can really increase your combat strength by several times? That's useless. No matter how strong you are, can you snatch the power of origin? As long as you can't be stronger than the power of origin, there's no way to solve the storm here. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What about the Eye of Life and Death? If the two of you combine, the power of the Eye of Life and Death will definitely skyrocket. Maybe you can see through the catoptric deflection. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other. Hearing this, they were really tempted. Longchen chuckled and said, anyway, it will still be 11 months before we can leave the barren desert. Since we have nothing to do, why don't you give it a try? With the dual will of the heavenly Tao, it's only 11 months. If it were you, with only the first level of the will of the heavenly Tao, it would be the same time as the emperor and his wife. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "That's true. With your current strength and comprehension, it shouldn't take long for you to comprehend the chaos origin divine art. Why don't I take you on the way?" Dong Qin suddenly said. She had the Haotian domain, so she could open the dual will of the heavenly Tao within an hour. This, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, let's see if he's willing to merge with me." Everyone looked at the inner demons. "He's not willing." The inner demons shook his head and said, "But if the chaos origin divine art can really increase our combat strength, we can give it a try." It didn't matter during normal times, but in times of crisis, it could save lives. Moreover, they were now in a secret realm, and it was indeed necessary to increase their combat strength. Chapter 46-34. Immediately, Dong Qin activated the Great Heaven Domain and replaced Qin Feiyang. Lu Jiajin also replaced the inner demons and blasted away the storm ahead. Generally speaking, for them at this level, the god arts were meaningless. But that was not all. Although many god arts had lost their value after stepping into the sovereign realm, there were still some special secret skills. For example, the 3,000 incarnations. Another example was the concealment art. Although Qin Feiyang was so powerful now, the concealment art was still useful. So, it depended on the type of god art. After calming down, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons closed their eyes and communicated with their minds while comprehending. With the initial experience of improvement, the two quickly entered a deep level of comprehension. Time flew. Half an hour passed by quickly. But Qin Feiyang and the inner demons did not wake up. Dong Qin looked at Lu Jiajin and the others and asked, "What should we do?" The Great Heaven Domain could only be maintained for an hour. Once the time was up, they had to wait until the next day. "Don't disturb them, let's go at the normal speed." Lu Jiajin looked at the two and said, "Okay." Dong Qin nodded. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. I didn't expect that with their potential and comprehension, it would take so long to make up for a flaw. Long Chen shook his head. This means that the improved Mixed Yuan Heart Sutra is powerful enough. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons opened their eyes at the same time. Two beams of light burst out of their eyes. Everyone looked at the two of them. Qin Feiyang ignored everyone and looked at the inner demons and said, "Are you confident?" "Yes." The inner demons nodded. "Dong Qin, stop first." Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qin and smiled. His attitude towards Dong Qin was also very amiable. After all, they had been together for so long. And in these days, Dong Qin was also very well behaved. As long as the other party followed the rules and did not play any tricks in his heart, Qin Feiyang would never be stingy. Swish! The group of people stopped. Lu Jiajin was responsible for blocking the storm. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons stood facing each other with only half a meter between them. They could hear each other's heartbeats. It's awkward to see two grown men standing face to face. The white-eyed wolf snickered. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang and the inner demon stared at the white-eyed wolf in unison. Before fusing, one had to remain calm and clear of all distracting thoughts. White-eyed wolf covered his mouth and chuckled to himself. "Who?" Qin Feiyang and the inner demons took a deep breath at the same time and slowly closed their eyes. In his heart, it gradually calmed down. No desires, no demands, the six senses are pure. Gradually, even the deafening sound of the wind around them disappeared from their ears. It was as if there were only the two of them in this world. The second step. He could feel the other party's heartbeat, pulse, breathing, and even the flow of blood. Everything had entered a synchronized state. This step was completed very smoothly. The third step was to feel the other party's will, spirit, consciousness, and soul connection. This step. For others, it would never be possible. Because everyone's will and spirit were different. In order to enter a synchronized state, one had to let go of the mind and understand each other well. This kind of understanding was like understanding oneself. For example, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf had known each other for so many years. And they had lived and died together. But if they were asked to do it, they couldn't. And Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were different. The inner demons were born from Qin Feiyang. They were actually one person, a whole. So this was why the mixed Yuan Heart Sutra could only be cultivated by people with inner demons. Because others couldn't cultivate it at all. But even so, it took the two of them a full 100 breaths to connect their souls and consciousnesses. If it was during a fierce battle, it would definitely not work. Because it was too long. 100 breaths was enough to end a battle. Finally, the two of them stepped forward at the same time. At this moment, rays of divine light surged out like a scorching sun, causing the madman and the others to involuntarily close their eyes. When the light dissipated, the group of people was dumbfounded. At this moment, there was only one person standing in front of them. This person. He had long black hair, but there was a part of blood-red hair in the black hair, looking extremely demonic. His eyes were even more strange. One was deep and bright like a black gem. The other was like a blood gem, as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood inside. Between the eyebrows, there was also an extra mark. This mark was like an eye, narrow and strange. It gave people a strong sense of crisis. It was as if a peerless monster was sealed in that mark. This was the combination of god and demon. It's a perfect fusion. A voice sounded with a hint of joy. Hearing this voice, the madman and the others were stunned again. This voice was like the voice of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, overlapping together. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and asked, "Should we call you Qin Feiyang or inner demons now?" "We can't call you Qin Feiyang, right? But we can't call you inner demons either. Now, their consciousness, soul, and body have all fused. And there's no one leading who." The madman scratched his head, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others and said, "Let's just call you Old Demon Qin, because now he does look like a big demon." Old Demon Qin? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, pondered for a while, and said, "Okay, that's the name. You guys are too childish." Long Chen and the others looked at the two of them speechlessly. "It's just a name, what does it matter? The most important thing is to see their current combat strength. Old Demon Qin, show us." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons and joked. "Don't give us random names. I'm at a disadvantage. When I fuse in the future, I'll use his name." Although these were the inner demons' words, they were still overlapping voices. They were not used to hearing it. "You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I'll be called Old Demon Qin." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were speechless. Boom! In an instant, the 3,000 incarnations and the true body of the puppet were activated at the same time. After fusing, these two secret techniques can be activated at the same time? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Above Qin Feiyang, two ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death appeared. No way. Two ultimate mysteries can be activated. If the will of heaven is added together, wouldn't it be four? Everyone looked at each other. Divine arts and ultimate mysteries were completely different in nature from the will of heaven. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons already had the 3,000 incarnations and the true body of the Demon King. Now that they could be activated at the same time after fusing, it was reasonable. But if the fourth level of the will of heaven appeared, it would be incredible. This was not the concept of 1 + 1 or 2 + 2. Before fusing, no matter what, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons could only master 2 levels of the will of heaven. But now, After fusing, if they could master 4 levels of the will of heaven, the lethality of the ultimate mysteries would be doubled. The difference between 2 levels of the will of heaven and 4 levels of the will of heaven was obvious. Hurry up and activate the will of heaven and let us take a look. The white-eyed wolf urged, his eyes full of expectation. Chapter 46-35. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the will of heavenly Tao erupted. In an instant. It was as if the real heavenly Tao had descended here. Long Chen and the others around couldn't help but feel frightened. It was as if there were mountains pressing down from above their heads. So strong. Lunatic murmured. At this moment, a wave of fear from the depths of his soul swept over as if he was facing a demon god. The will of heavenly Tao is stronger than the dual will of heavenly Tao. It seems to be the 3rd level, no, 4th level. Yes, it is the 4th level of will of heavenly Tao. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of excitement. How strong was the 4th level of will of heavenly Tao? If at this time, Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations and Demon King true body all activated the ultimate meaning and the 4th level of will of heavenly Tao, what kind of scene would it be? This was the Mixed Yuan Heart Sutra. It could only be described with one word, terrifying. Life and death eye, open. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. A group of people immediately looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes. But there was no change in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Just as the group of people were surprised, Qin Feiyang's glabella gradually cracked open a crack. Waves of life and death surged out. A group of people immediately looked at Qin Feiyang's glabella. What was going on? Wasn't Qin Feiyang going to open the life and death eye? Why did his glabella suddenly crack open? But soon they understood. As Qin Feiyang's glabella cracked open, a black and white eye appeared. Divine light flashed. It was like the eye of heavenly Tao, seeing through everything. Life and death eye, the white-eyed wolf's expression was dull. That's right. This was the life and death eye. But in the past, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the inner demons, the life and death eye was their eyes. But now, and life and death eye was born independently in the glabella. In other words, after Qin Feiyang merged with the inner demons, the eye of life and death also changed. If that was the case, it might really be comparable to Wang Po's eye, and be able to see through catoptric deflection. Of course. In terms of power, the eye of life and death was still more powerful. The eye of recklessness was only useful against illusions. However, the eye of life and death was different. Not only could the eye of life and death see through illusions, but it could also see other people's cultivation and appearance. In fact, he could even clearly see how many laws the other party had grasped and what level they had comprehended. In short, in front of the eye of life and death, nothing could hide. Just like that. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Zi and the others. Whether it was cultivation or mastery of the laws, they could all be seen clearly. The group of people also felt as if they had been stripped of their clothes and were standing naked in front of Qin Feiyang. Hey. I told you to look at these black storms, not us. Madman looked displeased. This feeling of being seen through and having no secrets, no one would feel comfortable. If you want to see, look at Senior Divine King. Look at what color she is wearing inside. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Everyone was stunned. The Divine King was the same. Immediately after, her cheeks turned red as she glared at the white-eyed wolf and shouted, "You even dare to tease a senior, aren't you too impudent? Little fire dance, hurry up and teach him a lesson." In an instant, the white-eyed wolf realized that something was wrong. A hand reached over and grabbed the white-eyed wolf's ear, saying angrily, "What do you want to see? Say it again." No, I was wrong. I was just saying it casually. The white-eyed wolf wailed. Damn hooligan. Long Qin also scolded angrily from the side. If it was any other time, everyone might persuade him. But now, Everyone had a look of schadenfreude on their faces. If it weren't for the fact that they were in danger, they would even go up and kick him. You'll get used to it. In the past, when I was in Great Qin, Forgotten Continent, an ancient world, I often went to peek at women bathing and changing clothes. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What? You have such a hobby? Everyone looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Old demon Qin, don't talk nonsense and ruin my innocence. The white-eyed wolf roared. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Brother Wolf, you are too shameless. Madman shook his head. Get lost. How are you better than me? No. This is slander, you can't believe it. Brother is pure. The white-eyed wolf looked at the group of people and hurriedly explained. You are pure? Everyone scoffed. Who doesn't know what kind of person you are? Don't flatter yourself. Shut up. Don't you find it embarrassing? Fire Dance angrily rebuked, her face dark. She was really blind to fall in love with this shameless bastard. The white-eyed wolf compromised and nodded. Okay, I will shut up. Quickly let go, my ears are about to fall off. Fire Dance finally let go of her hand. Qin Feiyang swept the surrounding storm. How is it? Long Chen asked. There is no change. It shouldn't be an illusion. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Phew. The group of people heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not an illusion. No matter how big the storm was, there would be an end. They did not believe it. Right now, the entire barren desert was filled with storms. The white-eyed wolf said, Now, let's try it. Can you shake the storm here if you activate all the ultimate mysteries? After all, they were already at the 4th level of Heaven's will. It's impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf was unwilling to give up, he looked at the 3,000 incarnations and Demon King true body behind him and said, Activate the ultimate mysteries. Boom! In an instant. Ultimate mysteries appeared one after another. 2 of each ultimate mysteries could be activated. This was equivalent to 6,000 ultimate mysteries of the life and death laws and 42,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. A total of 48,000. The 4th level of Heavens will erupted. As the 3,000 incarnations and Demon King true body waved their hands, the 48,000 ultimate mysteries instantly turned into a shocking torrent and charged toward the storm in front of them. Looking at this scene, Long Chen and Lu Jiajin frowned. Although the 4th level of Heavens was very terrifying now and was almost close to the origin power of the Divine Kingdom, it was still inferior to the origin power. It could not even compare to the origin power of the Divine Kingdom. Naturally, it was impossible to shake this black storm. Because this storm could even obliterate the origin power of the Divine Kingdom. Boom! As expected. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the 48,000 ultimate mysteries blasted into the storm, but they only tore a very small crack. In the blink of an eye, this crack closed again. And more than 40,000 ultimate mysteries were instantly annihilated. Sigh. The white-eyed wolf sighed. He had finally given up. From the current situation, one would need at least the 6th level of Heaven's will to be able to compete with this black storm and the origin power of the Divine Kingdom. However, reaching the 6th level was simply impossible. Because the 4th level of Heaven's will was already the limit of Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's fusion. The group continued to move forward. Why are the 2 of you still fusing? Can't bear to separate? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You don't understand. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his eyes flickering. Chapter 46-36. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, confused. Why do you care so much? He must have his reasons for doing this. Fire Dance stared at him. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and sighed. These 2 guys are getting stronger and stronger. Basically, as long as they don't meet an emperor, Ji Sui, or Dong Yuxian, their combination is invincible. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Although this guy didn't know what to say, it was true. As long as Qin Feiyang and the inner demons combined, the only thing that could threaten them was the origin of the divine kingdom. Mu Tianyang, demon ancestor, madman. Even Long Chen didn't have the confidence to defeat Qin Feiyang and the inner demons combined. Dong Qin, let me do it. Qin Feiyang said and swept everyone up. He used moment of time and the fourth layer of heaven's will to rush over. His speed soared. So the combination is to get us out of this damned place as soon as possible. The white-eyed wolf smiled. This way, the time would be shortened and the origin would be consumed less. However, half an hour later, suddenly, with a flash of light, the inner demons and Qin Feiyang disintegrated. This scene caused the group of people to be extremely astonished. It seems there are still flaws. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang frowned. Although they fixed the flaw of exploding, there was still a time limit. This limit was the same as Dong Tianshan's domain, which could only last for half an hour. No. There is still a flaw. The inner demons raised an eyebrow. What flaw? Everyone was surprised. There is. Qin Feiyang nodded and sighed. This flaw is that the fusion time is too long. 100 breaths is enough for a battle to end. These two aren't flaws. Madman frowned. Dong Tianshan's domain could only last for half an hour. At most, this could only be said to be a restriction. Furthermore, after you fuse, you will be able to control 4 wills of the heavenly Tao. If such a heaven-defying method didn't have any restrictions, then there would be no justice. Perhaps, we can improve it further. However, the inner demons didn't listen to the lunatic's words at all. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The time limit was acceptable. An hour was enough to settle many battles. However, the time needed for the fusion had to be shortened. 100 breaths was simply too long. All right. Pretend I didn't say anything. Madman shook his head. They were really greedy people. Even after obtaining such a heaven-defying technique, he was still not satisfied. If it were him, he would have long been secretly delighted. However, if he could really solve this problem, it would be amazing. During a battle, the two of them could merge at any time. Think about it. It was supposed to be a battle of life and death, but when the two of them fused together, their fighting prowess skyrocketed. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. I say, we have been delayed for so long, we can't continue to delay. If you really want to improve it, wait until we leave the mystic realm or enter the 7 Stars Island and obtain the divine objects there. The white-eyed wolf reminded them. At the mention of the 7 Stars Island, everyone was energized again. They just didn't know if the 7 Stars Island had the profound meaning of the strongest law. Dong Yuxian should also go to the 7 Stars Island. Because this is the regret of the ruler and emperor couple of the divine kingdom. Shall we take the opportunity to get rid of her? The divine king said. Hearing this, the inner demon's expression stiffened. But they quickly covered it up. However, this abnormality was clearly caught by Qin Feiyang and Lu Jijin. Qin Feiyang was about to say something when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Brother Qin, you inner demons really have high standards. You don't like anyone but Dong Yuxian. That was Long Chen's voice. Qin Feiyang was stunned and glanced at Long Chen. There was a trace of a smile on Long Chen's face. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This guy's observation skills were indeed extraordinary. He and Lu Jiajin had already seen through the abnormality of the inner demons, so they paid special attention to the reaction of the inner demons. And it was also out of concern. But Long Chen was different. Because the inner demons and Long Chen didn't have much to do with each other. It didn't matter to Long Chen who the inner demons liked. But, he just noticed the abnormality of the inner demons. It could only mean one thing. Long Chen's insight was very terrifying. He didn't miss any detail. Alas. Don't gloat over my misfortune. Now, I'm almost worried to death. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly and looked at Lord Ji. Uncle, do we still need to do this? Dong Yuxian must be eliminated, or she will cause us a lot of trouble sooner or later. Any woman would do, but not Dong Yuxian. Because she was the emperor's daughter. The granddaughter of the ruler of the divine kingdom. This was a problem they had to face. Qin Feiyang also didn't want the inner demons to be hurt because of Dong Yuxian. Yes. Lord Ji nodded. And Dong Yuxian herself might be hiding her strength. Because the emperor trusted her too much. The inner demons suddenly changed the topic and laughed. Let's not talk about Dong Yuxian first. I'm curious now. Where did Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan go? Everyone was stunned. That's right. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan didn't read the emperor's letter. They knew nothing about the secret realm. The place they went might not be the Sea of Stars. When they escaped, which direction did they go? Long Qin asked. I think so. Long Qin pondered for a while, then said, the west. That's interesting. The young man also went east. But the young man is strong. As long as he doesn't go looking for death, he won't be in any danger. But Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong will have a hard time. Long Qin shook his head and laughed. You can't say that. Dong Qingyuan is weak, but Dong Hanzong is no ordinary person. Universe domain, 5 heaven-defying supernatural powers. Killing him won't be easy. However, it bodes ill rather than well. It is inevitable. Qin Feiyang said. It's best if they live, because I want to kill them with my own hands. Dong Qin clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with hatred. It wasn't just Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan. Even Dong Yuxian, the emperor, and Ji Sui were on her list. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Qin with a smile on his face. He really had to thank Dong Hanzong and the others for helping Dong Qin. Because if they hadn't killed Dong Qin's father and tried to kill Dong Yulan, Dong Qin would never have bowed her head to them. There was no doubt about this. Because at first, they thought of all kinds of ways to persuade Dong Qin, but they couldn't. Dong Qin's character was unyielding. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at the storm ahead and sighed, let's end this quickly. He had had enough of this seemingly endless torture. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Otherwise, he would have been driven crazy by the atmosphere of the desert and the black storm. Now, at least there was someone to talk to, so it wasn't so boring. Chapter 46-37. Next. The faces of Qin Feiyang and the others became gloomier and gloomier day by day. Because the origin power was getting less and less. But the storm. It was still raging. There was really no end to it. The white-eyed wolf said in a deep voice, Little Qin Zi, we have to think of a way. I only have more than 20,000 strands of origin power left. Every strand of origin source energy that was consumed was like bleeding to him. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked by the white-eyed wolf and said, there are more than 400,000 strands of origin power, and now there are only more than 20,000 strands of origin power? Yes. According to the current consumption rate, we consume more than 2,000 strands of origin power on average every day. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Because one strand of origin power could only last for about 15 breaths at most. Hearing that, the others were also dumbfounded. They were really unaware. More than 2,000 strands a day, more than 20,000 strands in 10 days. More than 200,000 strands in 100 days. In other words, it had been almost 200 days since they entered the secret realm. But these days, they were all trapped in the storm. Every day, a large amount of origin power was consumed. Lu Jiajin said in a deep voice, if all this is not an illusion, then someone must be torturing us in secret. Why are they torturing us? The monarch frowned. I don't know. Maybe they want us to die. It's also possible that for the person secretly controlling us, this is just a game. Lu Jiajin frowned. The white-eyed wolf said worriedly, with the remaining strands of origin power, we can only hold on for another 10 days at most. We still have some here. The mermaid princess said. Except for Lu Jiajin and the inner demons, the others had not used their origin power yet. Each of them had 1,000 strands. A dozen of them had more than 10,000 strands. But if they could not leave the barren desert in a short time, they would definitely die. What was going on? Back then, the ruler couple of the divine kingdom did not encounter such a situation. Later, the emperor couple did not encounter such a situation. What kind of trick was involved in this? The more they went, the more anxious they became. But there was no point in being anxious. The reason for that was because they were simply incapable of shattering the black storm. They could only watch helplessly as their source energy dwindled day by day. 10 days later. There are only 3,000 left. White-eyed wolf's face turned pale. The hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others sank to the bottom. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the passageway and enter the mystic realm. He didn't even get to see what the star sea looked like. Was he going to die in the barren desert? However, just as the group was in despair, a bright light appeared in the black storm ahead. Light? Everyone was bewildered. Could it be the end of the storm? A group of people ran madly to the front. It was indeed the end of the storm. The group of people escaped from the storm. Looking at the desert around them and then at the scorching sun in the sky, they all felt like they had just survived a disaster. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the storm that was roaring in the distance. He murmured, "This shouldn't be an illusion, but why?" Just as the origin energy was about to run out, the storm was gone. Was there such a coincidence in this world? I know what's going on. Someone must be secretly manipulating this storm. He must be doing this to consume our source energy. White-eyed wolf clenched his fists. More than 400,000 strands of origin energy were wasted just like that. This was truly infuriating. Who is it? Madman looked around, bristling with anger. 400,000 origin energy was something they took with great difficulty from Ji Sui and the Emperor. They wanted to save it for when they went to Seven Stars Island, but they didn't expect it to be used up so quickly. Now, White-eyed Wolf had 3,000 origin energy left. Mermaid Princess and the others only had 1,000 origin energy each. Altogether, they only had 19,000 origin energy. Coincidentally, there were 19 of them. If White-eyed Wolf distributed it to Lu Jiajin and the inner demons, they would each have 1,000 origin energy. Not one origin energy, not one origin energy. Bastard, come out. What kind of man are you if you shrink back? Madman roared. What a bully. But no one answered him. Mermaid Princess advised, "Senior brother, it's okay. If someone is secretly causing trouble, it won't be good for us if he comes out." Everyone nodded. To be able to control the black storm, he must be strong. If they angered him and attacked them, it would be worse. So, be rational and endure as much as you can. I'm just angry. Why should we treat him differently? Madman was dissatisfied. People have to bow under the eaves. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. He looked ahead, let's continue. If he comes to torture us again, we won't have a way out. Ahead. There were only ordinary storms. Although this kind of storm could also annihilate Will of the Heavens experts, it did not pose much of a threat to Qin Feiyang and the others. They just had to go around them. Whoosh. Dual Will of Heaven activated. Qin Feiyang swept up the group and went around the storms. Along the way, they were scared but not in danger. Midway, they encountered several waves of black storms. But these waves of black storms were normal. The scale wasn't big. They could go around them in advance. This also confirmed their guess that the initial black storm must have been deliberately manipulated by someone. I don't know if Dong Yuxian and Dong Tianxian encountered the same storm. If not, it's too unfair. The most important thing. If they didn't encounter such a storm, we would have to go around them in the future. Because Dong Yuxian must have more origin energy than us now. The king was a little worried. When the inner demons heard the king's words, they were inexplicably relieved. What are you doing? Jizun looked at the inner demons suspiciously. Nothing. The inner demons quickly waved their hands, looking a little guilty. Jizun didn't think much. But Qin Feiyang and Lu Jiajin were a little sad. The inner demons were probably sinking deeper and deeper. Day after day. Finally. A gust of sea breeze blew, dispelling the heat of the desert and making the air seem particularly cool. Feeling the sea breeze, Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly quivered. If there was a sea breeze, what did that mean? It meant that they were close to the Sea of Stars. Quick, quick, quick. The group of people dashed forward. Especially the madman and the white-eyed wolf. They opened their arms and their faces were full of excitement, as if they were welcoming a new life. These days. In the barren desert, what they saw besides the desert was the storm. The boring days were really driving them crazy. Boom. However, at this moment, under the desert in front, a muffled loud noise suddenly sounded. Following closely, yellow sand rushed into the sky, turning into huge waves, drowning in all directions. The next moment, a giant hand, more than 100 feet in size, rushed out from under the desert, covering the sky and the sun, and then slapped toward the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Who would have thought that there would be such a change? The white-eyed wolf and the madman were caught off guard and were immediately slapped into the desert. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbfounded on the spot. It wasn't that they didn't rescue them, but that they didn't have time to rescue them. Even the madman and the white-eyed wolf, the two parties involved, didn't have time to react, let alone them who were still behind. The group of people looked at the giant hand, their faces full of shock. The giant hand wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was condensed from yellow sand. That's right. It was yellow sand. Sand continued to slide down from the giant hand. A giant hand condensed from yellow sand? It was the first time they had seen it. The most important thing was that the aura and lethality of this giant hand was not inferior to the ultimate law with the will of the heavenly Tao. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was shocked. Quickly save Brother Madman and Brother Wolf. When he came back to his senses, Li Feng waved his hand, and the ultimate law of 6 ultimate laws appeared out of nowhere. Boom! The will of the heavenly Tao erupted. The ultimate law of 6 ultimate laws immediately attacked the giant hand. Accompanied by an earth-shattering noise, the giant hand and the ultimate law of 6 ultimate laws shattered at the same time. This also meant that the giant hand could compete with the ultimate law of 6 ultimate laws. It was too shocking. With the ultimate law of 6 ultimate laws and the will of the heavenly Tao, even an intermediate dominator weapon was enough to destroy it. But now, it was destroyed together with this giant hand. Moreover, it was just a giant hand condensed from yellow sand. Bastard! Accompanied by a roar, the madman and the white-eyed wolf rushed out, their bodies dripping with blood. The madman was missing an arm. Half of the white-eyed wolf's body was smashed. His appearance was too horrible to look at. Seeing this, the mermaid princess immediately opened her eye of life to help the two of them heal their injuries. This reflected the importance of the mermaid princess. If it was the law of life or the divine life pill, no matter how fast they wouldn't be able to recover immediately. But the eye of life was different. Healing such injuries was a piece of cake. Bastard, come out and die for lousy. The madman was fuming with anger. He was actually sneak attacked by a monster. And he was beaten so miserably. It was simply a disgrace. Roar. Accompanied by an angry roar, the desert in front shook violently. Violent sand swept in all directions. Following closely. As the yellow sand surged, a behemoth slowly crawled out from under the desert. This was a giant. But it wasn't a flesh and blood person. Its entire body was condensed from sand. Its nose, eyes, and mouth were all very clear. Its body was tens of thousands of feet tall, like a giant ape, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. What kind of monster is this? The group of people was shocked. They had never seen such a thing before. For the time being, let's call it a yellow sand monster. Seeing that it has lost an arm, it should be the monster that sneak attacked senior brother and the white-eyed wolf before. Qin Feiyang said. You're courting death. Lousy, you dare to sneak attack me. Along the way, the madman had been holding back his anger. At this moment, he was attacked by the yellow sand monster and almost lost his life, so the anger in his heart completely erupted, and he crazily rushed towards the yellow sand monster. Roar! The yellow sand monster also roared. The surrounding quicksand rushed over and gathered on its broken arm. In the blink of an eye, the arm that was shattered by Li Feng was actually reconstructed. Its body, it's really made of yellow sand? Li Feng was dumbfounded. The king and the others also had a look of disbelief. Chapter 46-38. How could a monster made of yellow sand be so powerful? Boom! The yellow sand monster took a step forward. Its feet were as big as a mountain as it stomped towards Madman. In front of it, Madman was as small as an ant. Do you think I am a vegetarian? Madman snorted coldly. You want to stomp me to death? Who are you looking down on? The all-evil sword appeared. He grabbed the sword hilt and slashed out angrily. Boom! The foot that was about to land was split into two on the spot. However, in just an instant, as the quicksand rushed over, the foot that was split into two was restored to its original state. There was no pause. Stepping on Madman with one foot. What a fast recovery ability. Everyone's face was solemn. If it was an ordinary will of the heavens powerhouse, such as Dong Qingyuan, they wouldn't be able to defeat this yellow sand monster. Because, its terrifying recovery ability was enough to crush everything. You have completely angered me. A roar sounded. Madman was furious to the extreme. To be stepped on by such a monster, wasn't it embarrassing? Clang! The sharpness of the all-evil sword erupted, and the foot that was stepping on his head was shattered on the spot. With a swoosh, Madman rushed out from the desert in a sorry state. His mouth and nose were full of sand. He was like a mad bull, holding the all-evil sword with both hands. He raised it high and roared, "Turn into ashes for me." As his voice fell, the all-evil sword shook in the air. Countless sword chi turned into a huge wave that drowned the sky and instantly drowned the yellow sand monster. Roar! A wail sounded. The yellow sand monster exploded on the spot. Sand and dust flew everywhere. But the moment the yellow sand monster was destroyed, a divine light surged out. Everyone looked over with a trace of surprise on their faces. They discovered that in the void of the yellow sand, there was a crystal floating. This crystal was the size of an adult's fist. It was an irregular rhombus and was as black as ink. It was like an obsidian, dazzling with divine light. What is it? Madman was curious. But suddenly, a large amount of quicksand rushed towards the crystal. Could it be that the yellow sand monster can be revived? Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. As expected. In just a few breaths, the yellow sand monster once again appeared in front of the group. After being reconstructed, it was completely unscathed. I'll go. Is this an unkillable cockroach? Madman frowned. Roar! The yellow sand monster charged at Madman again. It was fearless and did not feel pain. The madman snorted coldly and attacked again with the all-evil sword. Rumble! The yellow sand monster was crushed again. The black diamond-shaped crystal appeared again. Let's see if you can come back to life after destroying this crystal. The madman sneered and slashed at the rhombus-shaped crystal. With a cracking sound, the crystal shattered on the spot and was crushed into dust by the all-evil sword. Immediately after, Madman put away his sword and looked at the place where the yellow sand monster died. He laughed cruelly. Come, jump out again and let me see. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and walked to Madman's side. As soon as he arrived in front of the madman, Qin Feiyang felt a trace of the power of law. However, senior brother mad scientist didn't activate his power of law. Then why was there the aura of law here? Moreover, after careful observation, it was the aura of the law of darkness. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Long Chen and Lu Jiajin and asked, "Do you guys feel the aura of the law of darkness here?" The aura of the law of darkness? The two were stunned. They really didn't pay attention to this. So, the two of them sensed it carefully. Not only the two of them, but the mermaid princess and the others also let go of their bodies and sensed it. True enough. They all sensed the aura of the law of darkness floating in the void. Li Feng didn't activate the law of darkness when he attacked previously. Could it be, suddenly? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled as he glanced at the shattered rhombus-shaped crystal and muttered, "Is it this?" But why would the rhombus-shaped crystal have the aura of the law of darkness? Cousin, is there any record of this in the Emperor's handbook? Qin Feiyang asked. No. It seems that they, Lu Jiajin looked around and frowned. I haven't encountered these yellow sand monsters. What? They haven't encountered them? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. What a joke. If they had encountered them now, why didn't the emperor couple and the ruler couple of the divine kingdom encounter them? There is indeed no information about the yellow sand monsters in the handbook. If they had encountered them, I think they would have recorded it in the handbook. Lu Jiajin said. In that case, they really haven't encountered them. First, there was the strange black storm, and now there are yellow sand monsters. What the hell is going on? The inner demons frowned and scanned the sky. They had a feeling that since they entered the secret realm, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at them. What are you afraid of? If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill two. The lunatic smiled hideously. Holding the all-evil sword, he dashed forward. Qin Feiyang and the others followed closely behind. However, after a few steps, roar. A deafening roar reverberated in all directions. The group of people was shocked. They looked up and saw the desert in front of them trembling violently again. Dust and sand flew everywhere. Very soon, the yellow sand monster crawled out from the bottom of the desert. Why isn't it dead? The lunatic's expression stiffened. Even the diamond-shaped crystal had been shattered. No. This is not the same yellow sand monster as the previous one. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not the same one? The lunatic was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why is it not the same one? They are clearly the same. The lunatic frowned. The yellow sand monster in front of them was indeed the same as the previous one. Even the height and the weight were the same. Look behind. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Behind? Everyone was stunned and looked behind the yellow sand monster. They didn't know if they didn't look, but when they did, they were shocked. Behind the yellow sand monster, another yellow sand monster crawled out. Furthermore, they looked exactly the same. Rumble, gradually, in the desert in front, anyway. Deafening noises could be heard in the desert that they could see. Immediately, one by one, yellow sand monsters crawled out from the desert. They were densely packed and innumerable. So many. Everyone was dumbfounded. The white-eyed wolf pushed the lunatic's back and said, "Little lunatic, didn't you say to kill one and a group of them? Hurry up and attack. Is there something wrong with your ears? Did I say kill one by one? Did I say kill a bunch of them? It is clearly to kill one and a group of them. But now, this is a group of, no." The word group was not enough to describe it. Because there were too many of them. The desert as far as the eye could see was full of yellow sand monsters. Each of them was as tall as 10,000 feet. If they stood there motionless, no one would know that they had intelligence. The monsters with living creatures would think that they were statues made of sand. Roar. Suddenly. An earth-shattering roar. In an instant. All the yellow sand monsters madly pounced towards Qin Feiyang's group. Charge over. Qin Feiyang shouted. They definitely couldn't retreat. If they retreated, they would have to return the way they came. If they were to encounter that strange black storm again, they would be in big trouble. Inner demons, uncle, follow me to open the way. The rest of you follow behind and crush the diamond-shaped crystal in their bodies to prevent them from being reborn. The lunatic took the lead. The all-evil sword shot out tens of thousands of sword chi, turning into blood dragons that roared in the sky. In an instant, more than a dozen yellow sand monsters were crushed. The inner demons and heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other. The 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body were activated. Tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries appeared together. With the eruption of the will of the heavenly Tao, they immediately charged forward. Especially the inner demons. The dual will of the heavenly Tao and the law of life and death could be said to be indestructible. This secret realm is really terrifying. It's beyond imagination. The mermaid princess waved her hand and slapped a crystal. In the end, she was stunned. The power of this palm strike actually didn't shatter the crystal when it landed on it. So hard. Next to her, Fire Dance also encountered the same situation. Could it be that only the ultimate mysteries can shatter it? Just as the two of them were shocked, the quicksand rolled over. The two crystals shone brightly, and two yellow sand monsters appeared in an instant, punching at the two of them. This made the two of them turn pale with fright. What a fast recovery ability. However, in the blink of an eye, he was able to condense his true body once more. In the nick of time. Qin Feiyang charged over. The kingdom of life and death appeared out of nowhere. The dual will of the heavenly Tao erupted and instantly crushed the two yellow sand monsters. Following closely. He smashed two more crystals as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Be careful. Qin Feiyang exhorted and then looked at the other crystals. The mermaid princess and Fire Dance looked at each other and secretly stuck out their tongues. Fortunately, it was Qin Feiyang. If it was someone else, they would definitely be severely reprimanded. At this time, they still dared to be careless. Boom! Everyone was using their strongest techniques. The lunatic, heavenly Lord Ji, and the inner demons crazily slaughtered and directly killed a bloody path. The divine king, Jizun, Li Feng, Dong Qin, Mu Tianyang, and the others quickly destroyed the crystals. Looking down from the sky. They were like a group of ants surrounded by a group of elephants. Strange. Long Chen glanced around, his eyes full of suspicion. It is indeed a bit strange. The colors of these crystals are actually different. Lu Jiajin crushed a crystal and said with a frown. At first, they thought that the crystals in the yellow sand monsters' bodies were all black. But now, as they killed, they found that there was not only black, but also gold, white, blood, cyan, green, purple, blood red, and so on. The shapes were all the same, but the colors of the crystals were very different. And, according to my observation, the aura of the laws floating between heaven and earth is also very messy. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Now in this void, there was not only the aura of the laws of darkness, but also the laws of light, slaughter, thunder, gold, wood, and so on. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, landed in front of a crystal, and grabbed it in his hand. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's body and mind were shocked. What's wrong? Long Chen and Lu Jiajin looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang grabbed another white crystal, his face full of shock. He turned to Lu Jiajin and Long Chen and said, "These crystals contain the energy of the laws." The energy of the laws. Hearing this, the two were also shocked. Chapter 46-39. How could this crystal contain the energy of the law? It was also during this moment of observation that the quicksand surged towards the two crystals like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, the power of the law of life and death surged out, and the dual will of heaven erupted. With a crisp cracking sound, the two crystals shattered on the spot. The law of life and death and the dual will of heaven are indeed different. The mermaid princess and fire dance watched this scene and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Previously, they couldn't shatter the crystal with their bare hands. At the same time, Long Chen also grabbed a golden crystal and muttered, "The energy of the law of gold." Following closely, he reached out again and grabbed a green crystal. It contained the energy of the law of wood. The color of the crystal corresponds to the major laws. For example, the black crystal was the energy of the law of darkness. The white crystal was the energy of the law of light. But what was the use of these law energy? Could it be used for oneself? A piece of quicksand rolled over. Long Chen's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly destroyed the crystal. If we want to see if this crystal is useful to us, we first have to think of a way to stop the rebirth of the yellow sand monster. But it seems that the only way to stop the rebirth of the yellow sand monster is to destroy the crystal. Long Chen frowned. Was there any other way to stop the rebirth of the yellow sand monster? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang grabbed a blue crystal again. The blue crystal contained the energy of the law of water. Qin Feiyang released his divine consciousness and rushed towards the crystal. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of surprise. There was actually a trace of something similar to divine consciousness in this crystal. Could it be, this was the consciousness of the yellow sand monster? Could the reason why the yellow sand monster could constantly be reborn be because of this consciousness? A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. His divine sense immediately surged toward the consciousness. In the end, it was somewhat unexpected. It actually wiped out this consciousness easily. He thought that it might be difficult. After all, even the crystal was so difficult to destroy. However, who would have thought that it would be as easy as blowing off dust? After erasing the consciousness inside, Qin Feiyang stared at the blue crystal, his eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. Time passed by slowly. After a full dozen breaths of time, there was still no sign of quicksand surging over. The light of the blue crystal gradually dimmed. What did this mean? Explanation. As long as the consciousness inside was erased, the yellow sand monster would not be reborn. Long Chen and Lu Jiajin noticed the crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked suspiciously, "How did you do it?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a faint smile, "Go and grab a crystal. Release your divine sense and you'll know." The two of them were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly grabbed one of the crystals. With the influx of divine will. Immediately, a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. Following closely, the two of them smiled in realization. So that's how it was. You guys stop, don't destroy this crystal. There is a consciousness inside the crystal. This is the key to the resurrection of the yellow sand monster. As long as this consciousness is erased, they will not be able to resurrect. And this crystal, you guys collect it. I'll study it first. Is there any great use for it? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and the king who were in charge of destroying the crystal and said, "Consciousness?" The group of people was stunned for a moment before they released their divine sense and rushed towards the crystal floating in the air. It was true. There was a trace of consciousness inside each crystal. Why didn't I find it earlier? This time, it was simpler and easier. As long as the divine sense exerted a little force, the consciousness inside could be erased. Just as expected. As long as the consciousness inside was erased, the yellow sand monster would not be reborn, and the light of the crystal would dim. Finally, they all became simple and unadorned. They were like dusty gems. Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, and Lu Jiajin had already begun to study the energy inside the crystal. The law energy inside was extremely pure. Moreover, the amount of energy contained was also quite large. It was like a sponge full of water. At first glance, it didn't look like much, but if you squeezed hard, you could squeeze out a lot. Suddenly, Lu Jiajin's eyes lit up. Looking at the two white crystal in his hand, he said in surprise, "You can absorb the energy inside?" Absorb? Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were stunned. In their hands, they were also holding a golden crystal and a green crystal respectively. The two of them immediately absorbed the law energy inside the two crystal. But they found that they couldn't absorb it at all. "Can't I?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Lu Jiajin. "But I can." Lu Jiajin stretched out his hand in front of the two of them. The two of them observed carefully and found that the law of light energy inside the white crystal was drilling into Lu Jiajin's palm. "You can, but we can't." Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at the crystal in their hands. Wait. Could it be related to the law that they mastered? The two of them looked at the two white crystal in Lu Jiajin's hand again and asked, "Don't you master the law of light?" Lu Jiajin nodded. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other and immediately snatched the crystal in Lu Jiajin's hand. Because they also mastered the law of light. The law of light was the first law that they comprehended in their lives. This time, the two of them were surprised to find that they could absorb the law of light energy inside. Sure enough. Only when you have mastered this kind of law can you absorb the energy inside the crystal. For example, if you master the law of darkness, you can absorb the energy of the black crystal. Another example, if you master the law of gold, you can absorb the law of light energy inside the golden crystal. On the other hand, if you don't master it, you can't absorb it. Discovering this, Qin Feiyang and the other two were pleasantly surprised. They could actually absorb it? Could it be that as long as they continued to absorb the law of light energy inside the crystal, they could increase the strength of the profound meaning of the law? For example, Li Feng back then. Devouring the souls of the dead could increase the profound meaning of the law. After repeated research and experiments, they finally came to a conclusion. These crystal stones could not increase the strength of the profound meaning of the law, but it was something that could replenish the power of the law. During a battle, one would definitely activate the profound meaning of the law. Once the profound meaning of the law was activated, the power of the law would be consumed. After a long battle, the power of the law would be depleted, and it would take a long time to recover. But with this crystal stone, it was different. Because the energy inside the crystal stone could replenish the power of the law that you had consumed. In short, this crystal stone was the same as the divine crystal. The divine crystal was used to replenish divine power, while this crystal stone was used to replenish the power of the law. Lu Jiajin laughed. "Anyway, we don't know what this is. Let's just call it energy crystal." Energy crystal? Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other and nodded. This name is fine. Because this crystal stone was equivalent to replenishing energy. Although it can't increase the strength of the profound meaning of the law, it can replenish the power of the law. It can be considered a very valuable treasure. Especially in the secret realm. Any kind of battle could happen. For example, the black storm they encountered at the beginning, if they used the power of the law the whole time, it would definitely not take long for the power of the law to be exhausted. At this time, they needed this energy crystal to replenish it. It's a pity that we didn't see the energy crystal of the strongest law. Lu Jiajin shook his head. The energy crystal of the strongest law? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. They had destroyed so many energy crystals before, and now they had collected so many energy crystals, but they didn't even see a single energy crystal of the strongest law. What was really helpful to them was the energy crystal of the strongest law. Because they often activated the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. The profound meaning of the ordinary law was only used in the past, such as when they were in the ancient realm and when they first entered the sky cloud realm. And since they comprehended the strongest law, they rarely, no. They almost never activated the profound meaning of the ordinary law. Everyone, pay attention and see if there are any energy crystals of the strongest law. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others and briefly explained the situation. When the group of people heard it, they were also in disbelief. This secret realm was different. It even had such things. In the divine kingdom, they had never heard of it before. So, the group of people carefully paid attention. Of course. They didn't let go of these energy crystals of the ordinary law and collected them all. If they couldn't use them, they could bring them back for the people below to use. As for Qin Feiyang, they could also benefit the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm after leaving the secret realm. When the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm saw these energy crystals, they would definitely treat them as if they had seen a treasure. Rumble. Frenzy, Heavenly Lord Ji, Inner Demons, Crazy Killing. The all-evil sword was like a terrifying supreme divine weapon, while the Demon King True Body and 3,000 incarnations were like terrifying gods and demons. Wherever they went, nothing could stop them. However, the number of yellow sand monsters was also extremely large. It was as if there was no end to them, and they were roaring madly from all directions. Gradually, Frenzy, Heavenly Lord Ji, and Inner Demon's power of the law was almost exhausted. How much is there? It's not over, is it? Frenzy was furious. First, it was that strange storm, and now it was these strange yellow sand monsters. There was no need to take special care of them. Use your origin force. Lu Jiajin said. To deal with these yellow sand monsters, one strand of origin force was enough. There was no need to worry about it being exhausted. Boom! The inner demons waved their hands. A strand of origin force swept out, instantly killing a large number of them. Woo-woo, but it was also at this time. In the desert ahead. Black tornadoes swept over from all directions. Damn it! The group of people's faces changed. Qin Feiyang hurriedly activated the dual will of Heavenly Tao and split time, sweeping up a group of people and frantically fleeing to the left. If they were to be submerged by the storm, it would definitely consume a lot of origin force. As for the inner demons, right now, he didn't have much of his power of law left, so it was very strenuous to activate split time again. However, at the next moment, in the void in front of the left, another black storm surged over. What the hell? Isn't this targeting too obvious? Frenzy roared. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened as he led a group of people to flee to the right. But in front of the right, another black storm surged over. In other words, no matter which direction they fled to, there would be a black storm blocking their way. If this wasn't deliberately targeting them, then what was it? Chapter 4640. Is this forcing us to go back the way we came? Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, even women like the mermaid princess, Fire Dance, Long Qin, and Dong Qin couldn't help but feel angry. Just as the madman said. It was too obvious that they were being targeted. No matter what, we can't go back. Even if we have to use the last of our origin power, we have to rush out of the barren desert. The white-eyed wolf roared, and the remaining 3,000 strands of origin power appeared in an instant. Trying to force them to go back the way they came? No way. Boom. The 3,000 strands of origin power turned into a long sword and tore apart the storm in front of them. Qin Feiyang led a group of people and rushed forward without looking back. The black storm was terrifying. It could even destroy the origin power. However, those sand monsters were not affected at all in the black storm. They swung their mountain-like fists and crazily smashed at Qin Feiyang and the others. Go to hell. The madman waved his hand, and 1,000 strands of origin power appeared, turning into a 3-foot-long sword and sweeping in all directions. They were no longer in the mood to collect energy crystals. They had no time to collect them. Now was the time to race against time. The white-eyed wolf roared, Little Qin Z, little devil, you two quickly merge. Although the inner demons didn't have much power of the laws left, after merging, they didn't have to use the profound laws to fight, but to use the fourth level of the will of the heavenly Tao to escape the barren desert. So, even if the power of the laws of the inner demons disappeared, they wouldn't be affected. Because the will of the heavenly Tao didn't need the power of the laws to support it. This was an invisible thought. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other. At this time, the inner demons didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang also stopped. The two stood facing each other. The merging time of about 100 breaths was really a very long process for everyone now. Boom! Finally, the old demon Qin mentioned by the white-eyed wolf was born. Old devil Qin, hurry! The white-eyed wolf roared. He had to rush out within an hour. This was because the combined state could only be maintained for an hour. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. He activated the instant time and the fourth tier of the will of the heavenly Tao, and his speed instantly soared. Although they were unable to fly in the air, the group of people were like sharp arrows at this moment. It was simply impossible to catch their traces. This was the speed of a fourth-level will of the heavenly Tao. It was no exaggeration to say that. Even Long Chen, Madman, and the others couldn't see Qin Feiyang's shadow. Even if it passed right in front of their eyes, they would only feel a gust of wind blowing past them. This speed was unrivaled in the world. Roar! About an hour later. Suddenly, it was accompanied by a deafening roar. A fist rushed out of the black storm and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Madman instinctively swung his sword. Because, along the way, they were constantly being attacked by the yellow sand monsters. So they didn't think too much about it. They only thought that it was still an ordinary yellow sand monster. But, when the long sword collided with the fist, Madman was actually forced to retreat. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no long sword formed by the origin power. But even so, it was enough to shock everyone. What? Qin Feiyang and the others turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked at the fist. They didn't know if they didn't look, but they were shocked when they saw it. That fist was also shattering under the bombardment of the long sword. But that fist was no longer ordinary yellow sand, but a kind of golden sand. What's going on? The group of people's faces were full of surprise. Roar! There was a roar. A golden-colored monster rushed out of the storm. It was as tall as a mountain. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. Its appearance was the same as the yellow sand monster. But the difference was that its body was golden, as if it was made of gold. Moreover, whether it was the pressure it emitted or the hardness of its body, it far surpassed the yellow sand monsters they had encountered before. What kind of monster is this? Madman was originally very angry. But when he saw this monster, he was dumbfounded on the spot. It's not yellow sand, it's golden sand, Long Chen murmured. Even comparing yellow sand and golden sand in reality, one would know that there was a fundamental difference. Yellow sand. It was also ordinary sand. But golden sand was real gold, just mixed with some impurities. Therefore, yellow sand and golden sand were obviously not on the same level. The strength of these two monsters was definitely not on the same level. Golden Sand Monster. This was a name that Qin Feiyang and the others casually gave it. I want to see how strong you are. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the kingdom of life and death appeared. The fourth layer of the will of heaven erupted and suppressed the golden sand monster. The golden sand monster waved its other fist and punched the kingdom of life and death. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death with the fourth layer of the will of heaven was actually shattered by the golden sand monster with one punch. This, the group of people was dumbfounded. This was too strong. The yellow sand monster that appeared before only needed 6 layers of the first layer of the will of heaven to easily defeat it. But now, the kingdom of life and death with the fourth layer of the will of heaven was actually unable to withstand the power of this golden sand monster's punch. Coming back to their senses, Lunatic grabbed the long sword with both hands and jumped up, reaching a height of 100 feet, and slashed at the head of the golden sand monster with a sword. Roar! There was a wail. The head of the golden sand monster exploded on the spot. Moreover, its entire body was also cut in half by the long sword. A translucent, diamond-shaped crystal appeared in the air. Everyone was slightly stunned. How could it be translucent? Just as they were in a daze, the yellow sand below rose into the air and rushed towards the crystal. Furthermore, as the yellow sand soared into the sky, it turned golden yellow. In other words, this golden sand monster was actually condensed from yellow sand. But midway, the yellow sand turned into golden sand. This also meant that the golden sand monster could also be reborn infinitely like the yellow sand monster. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang rushed up and grabbed the crystal. His divine sense poured into it, and sure enough, he found another consciousness. Following closely, his divine sense crazily rushed towards that consciousness. And the consciousness of the golden sand monster was also stronger than the consciousness of the yellow sand monster. Qin Feiyang used all his strength to erase this consciousness. The golden quicksand that had gathered immediately fell down and turned back into ordinary yellow sand. Fortunately, it was not reborn successfully. Everyone couldn't help but let out a long breath. Qin Feiyang tried to absorb it and found that the energy of time law was gushing out from this crystal. This discovery made him overjoyed. Because this was definitely the energy crystal of the strongest law. It seems that these monsters are also divided into levels. The yellow sand monster is the energy crystal of ordinary laws. And the golden sand monster is the energy crystal of the strongest law. Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang nodded and threw the energy crystal to Lunatic, saying, "Take a look at this energy crystal. How much of the power of time law can you recover?" After saying that, he led a group of people and continued to rush forward. The black storm had yet to stop. And a new danger appeared again. Because if one golden sand monster appeared, there might be a second one, a third one, or even endless like the yellow sand monster. So they had to quickly escape from the barren desert. Otherwise, once the origin power was exhausted, even if it was the black storm, they would die in the hands of these golden sand monsters. In terms of one-on-one combat, they were naturally not afraid. But if the golden sand monsters were really endless, then they would be exhausted to death. So, don't think that Qin Feiyang and the others were powerful and that the golden sand monsters were nothing in front of them. But in fact, that was not the case. Now they were in a very dangerous situation. Roar! Sure enough. In less than 10 breaths, another roar was heard. Following closely, in the black storm in front, there were constantly roaring sounds. They didn't know how many golden sand monsters were hidden in the storm ahead. Boom! 5 golden fists came out of the storm at the same time. The terrifying oppressive feeling was suffocating. Quick! Don't get entangled with them, take out the origin power and directly kill them. Lu Jiajin shouted. To be honest, at this time, who would dare to neglect? No one. Therefore, before Lu Jiajin finished his words, everyone took out 1,000 origin powers in their hands and went all out to deal with the golden sand monsters. Qin Feiyang was responsible for leading everyone to escape. The white-eyed wolf was responsible for dealing with the black storm. The others were responsible for dealing with the golden sand monsters. Although they rarely fought side by side like Heavenly Lord Ji, the King, Jizun, and the Divine King, this was the first time they fought side by side with Qin Feiyang and the others. But this did not affect their cooperation. Although there were countless golden sand monsters blocking their way along the way, their speed was not affected at all. This was cooperation. As long as the white-eyed wolf could tear the storm apart, and as long as the others could deal with the golden sand monsters in time, Qin Feiyang's speed would always be at the limit. This energy crystal is amazing. About 100 breaths. Frenzy's exclamation suddenly sounded. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang asked. After absorbing this energy crystal, I've recovered a third of my law of time energy, which was almost depleted. Frenzy said. What? Hearing this, not only Qin Feiyang, but even Long Chen, who had always been calm, was shocked. One energy crystal could actually restore 1/3 of Frenzy's law of time. In other words, with only 3 energy crystals, Frenzy's law of time could be fully restored? This was already beyond terrifying. And this energy is easy to absorb. Previously, because it was my first time absorbing it, my speed was a bit slow. And if I go all out and absorb it at full speed, I estimate that I can absorb the energy of the entire crystal in 10 breaths at most. Frenzy also said with a look of disbelief. That means, as long as there are enough energy crystals, a person who has exhausted his law of time can directly restore to his peak state in 30 breaths? Mu Tianyang said. Yes. Frenzy nodded. What kind of treasure is this? It's a supreme treasure. Mu Tianyang looked at the surrounding golden sand monsters, and his eyes flickered with greed. Chapter 46-41. Frenzy glanced at Mu Tianyang and teased, if you want to stay and hunt these golden sand monsters, we won't object. Mu Tianyang's expression froze. The greed in his eyes instantly disappeared. What a joke. He was going to hunt the golden sand monsters alone. Not to mention this black storm, just these groups of golden sand monsters were not something he could deal with. It was better to follow the group. Let's collect the energy crystals, let's leave it to fate, don't force it. Because our goal is the true meaning of the ultimate law. Qin Feiyang led a group of people forward at full speed. The true meaning of the ultimate law, Mu Tianyang muttered. Compared to the true meaning of the ultimate law, the energy crystals were really nothing. Of course. If there was a chance to collect these energy crystals, they would naturally not let it go. After all, these energy crystals could also play a big role at critical moments. Right now, dealing with the golden sand monsters was more difficult than dealing with the yellow sand monsters. But fortunately, everyone still had the power of the origin in their hands. It was easy to use the power of the origin to deal with them. Along the way, they also collected some energy crystals. Very soon. Another hour passed by. The time for fusion ended. After Qin Feiyang and the inner demons disintegrated, they looked up at the storm ahead. They could not see the end of the barren desert. However, the sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger. They could smell the smell of the ocean. They believed that they were not far from the Star Sea. Qin Feiyang activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao and momentary time and continued to lead the group forward. Although it was not as good as the previous 4th level of the heavenly Tao, it was still faster than the 1st level of the heavenly Tao. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound came from Qin Feiyang. It came from afar and was especially ear-splitting. This was the sound of footsteps. Even the sound of his footsteps was so frightening. How frightening was his true body? Could it be that another monster had appeared? The group of people was extremely shocked. Qin Dage, do you want to go around it? Li Feng asked. Just the sound of the footsteps shook his body until the blood in his body surged and his face turned pale. Go around? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He didn't know if he could avoid it. Now, this black storm was intentionally targeting them. Perhaps this monster that had appeared out of nowhere was specifically targeting them. Furthermore, at this moment, he was faced with a very troublesome problem. The black storm blocked their vision, making it impossible for them to see what kind of monster it was. No. I want to see what this bastard can do to us. Madman's eyes flashed coldly. This was not the first time they had targeted them. Especially the black storm at the very beginning, it had exhausted over 400,000 strands of their quintessence energy. Everyone had a limit to their patience. Over and over again, even if it was the Heavenly Emperor himself, he would not let it go so easily. The distance was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the footsteps disappeared. Even his aura had disappeared. At this moment, It was as if the entire world had fallen into a deathly silence. Qin Feiyang and the others' hearts were in their throats, and they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Boom! This deathly silence didn't last for long. Accompanied by a peerlessly terrifying ferocious might, a purple gold fist smashed towards Qin Feiyang and the others from above like a huge mountain. Before the fist arrived, the force arrived first. The invisible force was like a torrent, shaking all directions. Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their bodies and minds trembled, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. So scary. Looking at the descending fist, the majority of the crowd's faces turned deathly pale. It was many times more terrifying than the golden sand monster's combat power. Hurry! White-eyed Wolf shouted anxiously. He had to resist the black storm and couldn't make a move. Therefore, only Qin Feiyang and the others could solve this big problem. However, the golden sand monster's siege did not stop. Therefore, they had to leave some people behind to deal with the golden sand monster. Long Chen, let's do it. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Long Chen nodded. Lu Jiajin's 3,000 origin sources had been exhausted by the initial black storm. Therefore, he didn't have any origin sources in his hands now. Naturally, he couldn't make a move. As for Qin Feiyang and Long Chen, they had not used their origin sources. Therefore, the two of them were duty-bound. 2,000 origin sources appeared, turning into two torrents and charging towards the fist. Bang! In that instant, the two collided. The huge fist shattered on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at this scene without any joy. Instead of joy, they were shocked and in disbelief. Because, at least 10 wisps of origin force were shattered by the punch. One punch shattered 10 origin sources. What kind of concept was this? One had to know. Even the black storm needed more than 10 breaths to eliminate a wisp of origin force. In other words, this purple gold fist was even more terrifying than the black storm. What kind of monster is this? Who exactly is controlling all of this in the dark? If you have the guts, come out and fight fair and square. What kind of man are you to hurt others in the dark? Lunatic was seething with anger. These things that happened one after another were simply driving him crazy. However, no one responded to him. No. There was. A foot that was bigger than a mountain fell from the sky. A gust of wind swept over. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen clenched their fists. 1,990 origin sources merged together, turning into a long sword that emitted a dazzling 5-colored divine light. Let me do it. Long Chen grabbed the long sword and exerted force with his feet. He instantly rushed into the sky and slashed with his sword. Bang! A destructive aura suddenly swept in all directions. With one sword, the foot that was as big as a mountain collapsed on the spot. However, similar to the yellow sand monster and the golden sand monster, no blood flowed out. After the collapsed foot, it turned into pieces of yellow sand and flew all over the sky. Obviously, this was also condensed from yellow sand. Moreover, although this sword shattered the giant foot, at the same time, another 20 origin sources were shattered. That was right. 20 strands of origin energy. There were 10 more than before. It could be seen that the power of this foot was more powerful than the previous punch. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Lunatic shouted. They had to shatter its body and destroy the energy crystal. Wait a minute. The energy crystal of the golden sand monster contains the energy of the strongest law. This monster is even stronger than the golden sand monster. Could it be that the energy crystal in its body is the law of life and death? Long Qin exclaimed. The law of life and death? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were stunned. This was really possible. Because only the law of life and death could surpass the strongest law. However, they were not tempted. If there was no black storm, they would think of ways to get this energy crystal. But now, They had not encountered the crisis of the storm and had no time to waste. They were not in the mood to get this energy crystal. Taking advantage of the monster's arm and foot being shattered by Long Qin, Qin Feiyang rolled up a group of people and rushed forward like a stream of light. Roar! A roar resounded through the sky. The monster seemed to be able to see them. Its other foot landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, setting off a wave of sand. At the same time, another fist also landed. An invisible force surged crazily. The foot was used to block the path of Qin Feiyang and the others. The fist was used to kill a group of people. This monster was also very intelligent. White-eyed wolf, I'll leave the front to you. Leave the top to me. The others are still responsible for dealing with the golden sand monster. Qin Feiyang, you don't have to worry about anything. Just take us and escape. Long Qin said in one breath and immediately raised his long sword and slashed. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. Although some of the origin force in his hand had been consumed, there were still more than 2,000 strands left. More than 2,000 strands of origin force transformed into an axe. Like a divine axe, it split the black storm and chopped at the giant foot in front of it. Almost at the same time, accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the fist and the giant foot were shattered. It meant that the monster's limbs were now gone. Qin Feiyang took this opportunity to lead a group of people and rushed forward without looking back. Suddenly, the black storm in front of them gradually revealed a trace of light. Discovering this, Qin Feiyang and the others were greatly refreshed. The appearance of light meant that the black storm was about to end. Sure enough, in just about 10 breaths, they rushed out of the black storm with a whoosh. What greeted them was a green mountain and clear water. There was a majestic mountain ridge in front of them. The ancient trees on the mountain ridge towered into the sky and were full of vitality. What's going on? Where's the sea of stars? Everyone was surprised. But Qin Feiyang didn't stop and continued to lead a group of people towards the mountain ridge. Because there were still many golden sand monsters chasing after them. As the black storm went away, they could already see the scene behind them. They saw that the desert as far as their eyes could see was full of golden sand monsters. Each of them was like a towering mountain with monstrous ferocity. It was no exaggeration to say that these monsters in front of them, as long as they left the secret realm and entered the divine kingdom, they could raze the divine kingdom to the ground in minutes. Moreover, everyone saw the monster that appeared behind them clearly. It was a purplish gold monster. Apart from its size, it was exactly the same as the yellow sand monsters and golden sand monsters. It was as dazzling as a king among the monsters. Damn it, I'm going to kill it. The more Madman thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly turned around and charged towards the monster with his origin force. Senior brother, don't go. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly shouted. You guys go over there and wait for me. Madman was filled with killing intent. The origin force turned into a long spear. He grabbed it in his hand and swooped down. Along the way, one by one, the golden sand monsters were constantly killed by him as if he was cutting vegetables. He didn't put away the energy crystals either. They were all shattered under the sharpness of the origin force. Brother will help you. White-eyed wolf was also angry. He turned around and charged forward with his origin force. Ignore them. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a group of people immediately ran towards the mountain ridge. Cousin, what's going on? Where's the sea of stars we agreed on? The mermaid princess looked at Lu Jiajin suspiciously. Lu Jiajin smiled and said, over this mountain ridge is the Sea of Stars. Heard of it? Everyone was stunned and quickly raised their heads to look at the other side of the mountain ridge. But the mountain ridge was too high. They couldn't fly, so they couldn't see the Sea of Stars on the other side. Chapter 46-42. Li Feng glanced at the mountain ridge, and his face suddenly changed. He turned to look at Lu Jiajin and the inner demons and asked, there won't be any danger in this mountain, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but become nervous. It was no wonder that they were so paranoid now. It was really the barren desert that tortured them until they were exhausted. It even left a shadow in their hearts. According to the handbook, this mountain ridge is the second safe zone. Anyone who leaves the barren desert and lives to search for treasures in the outer sea of stars can recuperate here. Since it's a safe zone, there shouldn't be any danger here, Lu Jiajin said. But his tone was extremely uncertain. Because when they were in the safe zone of the barren desert, they were also attacked by the black storm. Safe zone? To hell with it. The inner demons snorted coldly. The safe zone had now become the most unsafe place in their eyes. No. It should be said that there was no safe place in the secret realm. Lu Jiajin smiled bitterly. Thinking of the encounter in the barren desert, not to mention the violent inner demons, even he couldn't help but be angry. If his strength allowed him to, he really wanted to find out the person who was secretly causing trouble and cut him into pieces. Whoosh! A group of people carefully entered the jungle. Finally, they got rid of the hot weather. Because as soon as they entered the jungle, a cool and refreshing feeling greeted them, as if they were in the spring breeze, and their bodies and minds were incomparably comfortable. A sense of tiredness also rose in their hearts. In the half a year in the barren desert, they were in a state of tension every day, without a moment of relaxation, and their bodies and minds had long reached their limits. So at this moment, they relaxed, and couldn't help but want to have a good sleep. However, even if they left the barren desert, they didn't dare to really relax their vigilance. They just needed to remember one thing. They were now different from the ruler couple of the divine kingdom, the emperor couple. Danger could appear at any time and anywhere. Entering the jungle. They still couldn't fly. They could only walk forward. Qin Feiyang was ready to walk in front to open the way. However, Longchen suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him and said with a smile, "You've been leading everyone in a hurry, so I'm sure you've used up most of your power of law. You can walk at the back and recuperate. I'll open up a path in front." Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, but he didn't argue. He nodded and said, "Okay." Running around like this for such a long time was indeed a bit unbearable. Immediately, Longchen walked in front. Qin Feiyang and the others walked behind them, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters. Keeping a distance like this was also a precaution. If any danger suddenly appeared, they wouldn't be caught in one fell swoop. Moreover, Qin Feiyang and the others, who were walking behind them, had more or less time to react and respond. However, the journey was unimaginably smooth. Other than the towering trees, shrubs, and weeds, there was no trace of any ferocious beast. There wasn't even a mosquito. But it went smoothly. However, this sort of deathly silent atmosphere caused the group of people to feel especially depressed. That's right. Other than the sound of their footsteps, there was no other sound in the entire mountain range. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Finally, a group of people climbed to the highest vantage point on the mountain ridge. Standing here, their line of sight would not be obstructed in any way. Everything in all directions was visible to their eyes. This is the Star Sea. Climbing to the top of the mountain and walking to the edge of the cliff, everyone was stunned at the moment when they looked ahead. Below the mountain ridge, there was a jungle that covered an area of about hundreds of miles. Verdant trees and green weeds exuded endless vitality. At the end of the forest, there was a vast and magnificent ocean. The sea was vast and boundless. Countless stars were reflected in the sea. That scene was as if there was a starry sky at the bottom of the sea, making people feel as if they had come to a dreamy world. What was even more peculiar was that there was no scorching sun in the sky of the Star Sea, but it wasn't dark either. Because in the sky, there were shining stars. The stars reflected in the sea were the stars in the sky. This was really a dreamy world. Usually, such a scene could only be seen in dreams. Too beautiful, intoxicating and infatuating. This is the Star Sea that is extremely dangerous. Once you enter, you will have a slim chance of survival? Why don't I see it at all? Fire Dance murmured. This beautiful scenery was simply breathtaking. This is the Star Sea. It's exactly the same as described in the handbook. Lu Jiajin said. But his tone was very solemn and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. No matter where it was, as long as something was beautiful, it would be more dangerous. Roar. At this moment, there was a wail. Qin Feiyang and the others came back to their senses and forgot that Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf were still fighting with the monster. They quickly turned their heads to look. They saw that under the storm-like attacks of Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf, the huge body of the purple-gold monster disintegrated. Sand and dust flew everywhere and a black and white energy crystal sunk out. Frenzy grabbed the energy crystal and poured his divine sense into it. However, he found that he couldn't erase the consciousness inside by himself. He quickly asked White-Eyed Wolf for help. So, under the joint efforts of the two, they finally erased the consciousness inside. The light of the energy crystal also dimmed. But it wasn't over yet. The two looked at the golden sand monsters that were crazily rushing over and killing intent surged in their eyes. Kill! A loud roar. The two were like demon gods as they charged into the monsters. Not only did the golden sand monsters lose their lives. It seems that the half a year in the barren desert really suffocated them. Lu Jiajin shook his head. They were completely venting. Li Feng said, as long as there is no black storm, it's actually not very dangerous here. The key is the black storm, it exists. Moreover, the barren desert is just the beginning. Next, we will enter the Star Sea and our journey will officially begin. Lu Jiajin turned his head to look at the Star Sea again and sighed, this sea is not simple. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Is it that serious? Li Feng frowned. To be honest, it is more dangerous than the dangers we experienced in the barren desert. And this is under normal circumstances. If we are taken special care of, the situation we will face will be even more dangerous. To be honest, I don't even dare to think about it now. The inner demons had a heavy expression. Everyone looked at each other. Even the inner demons, who had always been lawless, had such a heavy heart. It seemed that the Star Sea could not be underestimated and could not be confused by its beautiful appearance. Lu Jiajin retracted his gaze, glanced at the jungle below and said with a smile, there seems to be no changes in this safe zone. Let's take a good rest here and then enter the Star Sea. Everyone nodded. At that moment, Li Feng and Mu Qing lay sprawled on the grass without a care for their image as they looked up at the sky. Don't say, the sky here is also so strange. Look, the sky above the barren desert is scorching hot. Look at the sky above the Star Sea, the starlight is bright. It is completely two different worlds. Li Feng gritted his teeth. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, they had to face it calmly. They couldn't be impatient. They couldn't act impulsively. In short, the more dangerous it was, the more they had to keep a calm mind and mentality. This was the purpose of Lu Jiajin asking everyone to take a rest. About an hour later, the madman and the white-eyed wolf finally ran up, panting, covered in sweat and dust. Have you vented your anger? Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess sat together and looked at the two with a smile. No. I have to give the mastermind a good beating. Only then will I be able to vent my anger. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The madman also nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Don't be discontent. If the mastermind behind the scenes really runs out, we may have to run for our lives. Fire Dance shook her head. What are you afraid of? Don't I have it? Even if I die, I will die in front of you. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? All of us here have to walk out of the secret realm alive. Fire Dance glared at the white-eyed wolf. Why did he say such unlucky things? But in her heart, she was quite touched. Because what the white-eyed wolf meant was that he would protect her with his life. Even if she died, she would have to step over his corpse. On the other side, Long Qin, who was sitting beside Long Chen, had a trace of disappointment in his eyes when he heard the white-eyed wolf's words. It seemed that in this bastard's heart, Fire Dance's position was unshakable, and she had become an inseparable part of his heart. Although he was not very reliable, he was quite serious when it came to relationships. What are you looking at? Have a good rest. Long Chen stood in front of Long Qin, looking a little unhappy. I'm happy to. It's none of your business. Humph. Long Qin snorted coldly and turned his head away. This made Long Chen feel very helpless. It seemed that his sister had fallen deeper and deeper. But his father had already told him that he would not allow his sister to get together with this wolf cub. But he also knew his sister's temper. Once she had decided on something, she would not give up and would not change her mind because of others. What should he do? The inner demons, who was sitting not far away, turned his head to look at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Wolf cub, let me see that energy crystal." What energy crystal? The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Are you playing dumb? The inner demons frowned. I really don't know. I have at least 800 energy crystals in my hands now, if not 1,000. How would I know which one you are talking about? The white-eyed wolf had an innocent look on his face. The inner demon's mouth twitched, and he said patiently, "It's that black and white energy crystal." The white-eyed wolf rummaged through the universe ring for a moment and frowned. Oh no, I can't find it. The inner demon's face darkened. The white-eyed wolf looked up at the inner demons and said, "Maybe I accidentally lost it when I was fighting with those monsters just now. Why don't you go down and look for it? Wolf cub, are you looking for a beating?" The inner demons got up and rushed to the white-eyed wolf with a murderous look. Why are you angry? I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. The white-eyed wolf quickly smiled flatteringly, took out the black and white energy crystal, and threw it to the inner demons. He bared his teeth and said, "You're welcome. I didn't say I was going to thank you." The inner demons rolled his eyes, grabbed the energy crystal, and began to study it with Qin Feiyang. Chapter 46-43. So overbearing. The white-eyed wolf looked unhappy and also took out an energy crystal. He couldn't do anything about the inner demon's overbearingness. If it was Qin Feiyang, he would definitely not take it seriously. Because he was familiar with Qin Feiyang and knew Qin Feiyang's character. No matter what he did, Qin Feiyang would not do anything to him. At most, he would just scold him. But the inner demons were different. Once this guy became ruthless, he would dare to beat up anyone. Thinking back to when the inner demons were just born in Great Qin, they were tortured to death. Immediately. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the inner demons threw the energy crystal into his mouth. It was as if he was chewing candy, crunching. What are you doing? Madman was stunned. Nonsense, of course I'm absorbing the law energy. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. How could he absorb the law energy like this? Sure enough. This guy never did things according to common sense. However, he really admired this guy's teeth. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang also came to a conclusion. This energy crystal did indeed contain a huge amount of the law of life and death. But other than being able to absorb it, it had no other use. Leaving it at a critical moment should still be of great help. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. The group of people finally recovered their energy. Li Feng even slept for 3 days in a row. The feeling of waking up could only be described with one word. Awesome. Long Chen stood up, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, "This behind-the-scenes manipulator has some conscience this time and didn't cause us any trouble." Humph. Just don't let me see him. Madman snorted through his nose. Although the anger in his stomach had subsided a lot, he was still a little flustered. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, then got up and looked at the star sea. Qin Feiyang said, "Cousin, tell us about the star sea so that we can be mentally prepared." Lu Jiajin scanned the sea and said, "The terrifying part of the star sea is the seawater. Seawater? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. The calm surface of the sea reflected the endless stars. No matter how one looked at it, there was no danger. She does look beautiful, but under that beautiful appearance, there is a great danger. This seawater possesses a strange energy that's sufficient to corrode the body and soul of an expert of the will of the heaven Tao within 10 breaths of time. Once it sinks to the bottom of the sea, not even its bones will be left. Lu Jiajin said in a deep voice. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Killing a powerhouse of the will of the heavens within 10 breaths? Wasn't this similar to the sandstorm in the barren desert? This was because the sandstorm in the desolate desert could also kill a powerhouse of the will of the heavens within 10 breaths of time. Actually, this is only secondary. There are some ferocious beasts lurking in the Star Sea. These ferocious beasts are not afraid of the corrosion of the sea. Some of them are hiding at the bottom of the sea, while others are hiding on the various large islands. Furthermore, they are generally social creatures. Once you provoke one, you will attract a large group. Lu Jiajin said. There are more ferocious beasts? Qin Feiyang and the rest were stunned. Of course. According to the records in the handbook, these ferocious beasts don't exist outside. They only exist in the mystic realm. Their strength is generally at the will of the heavens. Lu Jiajin nodded. It can't be. All living creatures with flesh and blood start from zero and cultivate step by step until they reach the sovereign realm. How can they generally master the will of the heavens? Li Feng frowned. But this is indeed the case. There is one more thing. I wonder if you have thought about it? Lu Jiajin asked. What is it? Li Feng was suspicious. Let me remind you. We can't fly in the mystic realm. Lu Jiajin turned to look at everyone and smiled. Can't fly, everyone murmured. Suddenly. The group of people suddenly looked up at the Star Sea. That was right. They could not fly. The seawater of the Star Sea had a terrifying corrosive power. How were they going to cross the Star Sea? Walk on the water? This was something that they could do with their strength. But the point was, if they were to step on the surface of the sea, what if they encountered a storm or a beast sneak attack? Therefore, there were a lot of safety hazards. Qin Feiyang asked, is there any record in the handwritten letter of how the previous ruler and emperor couple of the Divine Kingdom crossed the Star Sea? Yes. Lu Jiajin nodded. Tell us quickly. The white-eyed wolf urged. The origin force. Use enough origin energy to transform it into a ship and sail on the sea. Lu Jiajin said. Upon hearing this, the corners of the white-eyed wolf's mouth could not help but twitch. What a joke. Not to mention a boat, they did not even have the capital to transform into a small boat. This was because they only had slightly more than 10,000 strands of origin force in their hands. They had to keep these 10,000 strands of origin force for self-defense. This was because Lu Jiajin had previously said that there were beasts lurking in the Star Sea. How could they survive without the origin force for self-defense? Furthermore, even if they took out all the origin force and transformed it into a small boat, it could not accommodate so many people. After all, including Lu Jiajin and the inner demons, they had a total of 19 people here. Obviously, this method would not work. Is there any other way? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while and said, generally, those with wings can fly at high altitudes. But here, those with wings, it seems that only. Speaking of this, Lu Jiajin turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. The others were stunned and also looked at the white-eyed wolf. What are you looking at me for? The white-eyed wolf took a few steps back and roared, you want me to be your mount? Don't even think about it. Besides, doesn't Fire Dance also have wings? Why are you only looking at me? What did you say? Fire Dance's face suddenly darkened. How could there be such a man? He did not know how to be gentle with women at all. Ahem. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and quickly looked at Fire Dance. He smiled and said, I'm just saying. Don't be angry. They want to ride on your back, but I won't allow it. That's more like it. Fire Dance's face was much happier. The white-eyed wolf secretly wiped the cold sweat and suddenly looked at the mermaid princess. If he remembered correctly, this woman also had wings. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Ha, the white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. Don't be happy too early. I'm still not sure whether those with wings can fly in the secret realm. Wolf cub, why don't you try? Lu Jiajin looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. Don't give me that. If I can fly, how can I escape? No need to try. It definitely can't fly. The white-eyed wolf shook his head like a rattledrum. Whether it can fly or not, we'll know after trying. Hurry up. Don't waste our time. The inner demon said. Don't go too far. The white-eyed wolf stared at the inner demons. Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf and couldn't bear it. Then, he looked at everyone and said, why don't we change the method? Yes, yes, yes. Change the method. The white-eyed wolf nodded, looking rather surprised. This woman was actually speaking up for him. The sun must have risen from the west. Change the method, Lu Jiajin pondered for a while and said, so far, I can't think of any other way. No, there is another way, and that is to have a ship, but the level has to be at least a high-level sovereign divine weapon to withstand the erosion of the sea. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but roll their eyes. You want us to steal a ship of this level? There was no way to steal it. Because the best way to forge a divine weapon was to forge a divine weapon. Even a divine weapon couldn't be forged. The divine weapon itself needed to absorb the origin power and continuously upgrade its level. This method was equivalent to saying nothing. So, they could only persuade the white-eyed wolf. If he could fly in the sky, it would save them a lot of trouble. Actually, back at Imperial Capital Mountain, I thought about this problem. But when I saw you steal a few 100,000 strands of origin power from Ji Sui, I didn't think much of it. Lu Jiajin shook his head. Who would have thought that crossing a desolate desert would exhaust almost all of their origin power? It's all because of that damned manipulator. The inner demon snorted. It's useless to say that now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He turned to the white-eyed wolf and said, how about this, no matter what profound we find in the future, the first one will be yours. Eh? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, stunned. Long Chen and the others looked at each other and nodded, we agree. Are you sure? The white-eyed wolf struggled for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the profound of the strongest law. He looked at the group and asked. Who do you think we are? You're a man of your word. The inner demons wasn't happy. Do I look like a 3-year-old brat to you? Do you think I'll fall for that? Words have no proof. Swear a blood oath. The white-eyed wolf picked his nose and said. You're so old, yet you still have nostrils. Don't you feel disgusted? Fire Dance angrily slapped the white-eyed wolf. Ha, the white-eyed wolf smiled apologetically. Everyone looked at each other, helpless. In this world, only Fire Dance could make the white-eyed wolf obey. Blood oath, we're all on the same side. Don't you think it's a little? Li Feng bared his teeth. Brat, go play in the mud. The white-eyed wolf kicked Li Feng away and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, it's fine. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry. If you don't want to talk to you, you can talk to my wife. Fire Dance immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. The white-eyed wolf quickly comforted Fire Dance, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said with a smile, but if you want to talk to my wife, you'll have to raise the price. You'll have to ask for at least 4 ultimate laws. When the group heard this, they rolled their eyes. Why don't you just take all of them? 4 of them? He really dared to say that. Now, they didn't even know if they could find the true meaning of the ultimate law. Then you can try first. Can you fly? The inner demon said angrily. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded, and golden wings appeared on his back. Then, he rushed into the sky and flapped his golden wings, but he fell straight down from the sky. Qin Feiyang and his group all retreated without any sense of loyalty. With a bang, the white-eyed wolf hit the ground. Dust flew, and a big pit appeared. He looked extremely miserable. Chapter 46-44. You can't fly? Looking at the dejected white-eyed wolf, the group of people couldn't help but frown. Shouldn't the focus now be on whether I'm hurt? The white-eyed wolf got up and glared at the group of people. He didn't even pick them up. Was he still human? Your skin is so thick, you won't die even if you fall. The inner demons laughed gloatingly. Look, is this something a human would say? The white-eyed wolf looked up at the sky with a sad face and murmured, I don't believe this. Boom! Rays of golden light surged like a golden sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. Following that, a giant golden wolf appeared. It was hundreds of feet tall, like a towering mountain. This was the true form of the white-eyed wolf. As soon as the golden wings spread out, a gust of wind blew. The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others were full of expectation. Finally, the white-eyed wolf rose into the air bit by bit. He floated in the air. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf looked particularly handsome and mighty in the eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others. The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but laugh proudly. The faces of Qin Feiyang and the others were also full of joy. Good job. Fire Dance praised. Of course. Can your man be bad? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. The corner of Fire Dance's mouth twitched immediately. This guy really couldn't stand the praise. Let's go to the Sea of Stars and try it. But don't go too deep. Lu Jiajin said. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded, turned around, flapped his wings, and flew toward the Sea of Stars. Although he had always been a lawless character, looking at the Sea of Stars at this time, he was a little nervous. It wasn't his fault. It was Lu Jiajin's fault for describing the Sea of Stars as too terrifying. Passing through the jungle, he slowly entered the sky above the Sea of Stars. After observing for a moment, he didn't find any danger, so he flew over the Sea of Stars. He didn't realize it before, but now that he was flying in the sky, this feeling was too comfortable and wonderful. There was a kind of pleasure like a fish returning to the sea. Voila! The sea below suddenly surged with sky-covering waves. A big fish rushed out along with the waves. Its body was over 10,000 feet long. His entire body was silvery white and glowed with moonlight. The white-eyed wolf was shocked. He immediately looked down and saw the big fish rushing up into the sky, heading straight for him. Is this the ferocious beast that eldest cousin mentioned? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. But just as he was in a daze, the big fish suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs that flickered with cold light. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly changed. Boom! The power of law surged out. The ultimate profundities of the 7 supreme laws instantly appeared. Along with the eruption of the will of the heavenly Tao, they charged toward the big fish. With a loud bang, the two collided. Blood immediately poured out from the wound. The fangs in the big fish's mouth were all shattered, but it did not endanger its life. He's so resilient. White-eyed wolf's expression froze. 7 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and the will of the heavenly Tao were actually unable to kill this huge fish? This guy was a little fierce. Get out. At this time, Lu Jiajin's violent roar came. The white-eyed wolf did not dare to be careless and hurriedly retreated from the Star Sea. Just as he was above the Star Sea, the sea below once again set off huge waves, followed by big fish rushing up into the sky. They were all the same size. They did not open their mouths and looked very beautiful. But once they opened their mouths, they were like man-eating water monsters. So many. They are indeed social creatures. The white-eyed wolf could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he listened to Lu Jiajin's words and did not act carelessly. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble now. Splash. These big fish returned to the sea one after another, setting off huge waves. However, they did not sink to the bottom of the sea again. Instead, they floated on the surface of the sea and stared at the white-eyed wolf. This made the white-eyed wolf's scalp tingle. What are you looking at? If you continue to look, I will bring you all up and stew you in a pot. The white-eyed wolf cursed angrily. Splash. A group of strange fish seemed to be able to hear the white-eyed wolf's words and immediately rushed toward the shore crazily. Damn it. The white-eyed wolf cursed and turned to fly toward Qin Fei Yang and the others. The hearts of Qin Fei Yang and the others also hung in the air. Don't worry. The beasts in the Star Sea can't go ashore. Lu Jiajin comforted. Can't go ashore? Everyone was stunned. Yes. It was recorded in the Emperor's handwritten letter. They can't leave the Star Sea. Lu Jiajin nodded. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly passed through the jungle and ran to the top of the mountain. Looking at Qin Fei Yang and the others, he shouted, "Why aren't you running away? Are you courting death by staying here? Now you know fear." Lu Jiajin rolled his eyes. Why did he provoke these monsters for no reason? Wasn't he looking for trouble with himself? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He looked at Lu Jiajin and then at Qin Fei Yang and the others. Then, he turned around and looked toward the Star Sea suspiciously. He saw a group of strange fish floating on the surface of the sea, their eyes flashing fiercely. What's the situation? Why aren't they going ashore? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. It seems that the handwritten letter is correct. These monsters can't leave the Star Sea indeed. Long Chen smiled faintly. It turns out that they can't leave the Star Sea. It really scared me to death. The white-eyed wolf had a look of lingering fear. These monsters were quite unique. Now they were actually blocking the shore. Were they going to continue to waste time with them? Brother Wolf, have you noticed that your speed is very slow now? The mermaid princess suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked. Very slow? Everyone was stunned and looked at the white-eyed wolf one after another. When they saw the white-eyed wolf successfully soaring high in the sky earlier, they were too happy to notice these details. It's indeed slow. And it's quite strenuous. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Strenuous? Qin Fei Yang was doubtful. Yes. When I fly high in the sky, there is an invisible force oppressing me. I estimate that I will be exhausted in half a day at most. The white-eyed wolf said. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Given the white-eyed wolf's cultivation, he could only hold on for half a day. What could he do in half a day? The Star Sea was so vast. He might not even encounter an island in half a month. This was because the white-eyed wolf had to rest when he was exhausted. Without an island, there was no place to stay. Without a place to stay, how could he rest? Therefore, this was undoubtedly a difficult problem to solve. Why don't we do this? If we can encounter an island, it's naturally best. Everyone can rest and reorganize. But if we don't see an island by then, he and I will take turns to fly you. Fire Dance said. Huh? Everyone looked at Fire Dance. I don't agree. The white-eyed wolf was also stunned at first, then he immediately said. His woman, how could he let other people, especially a group of men, trample her under their feet? There's no other way now. Although Sister Mermaid has wings, even if she changes back to her true form, she can't fly with us because her upper body is originally a human body. In other words, she can't let us stand. Fire Dance said. But, the white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. It's okay. It's not easy to come up with a solution in a place like the Secret Realm. Why bother about these details? We'll talk about it later. We're not outsiders. It's okay to step on my back. Fire Dance smiled slightly. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf transformed into his human form, grabbed Fire Dance's hand, and said with a tender face, "You're really the kindest woman I've ever seen in my life." Fire Dance's cheeks blushed, and she said, "There are so many people here. Can you not be so mushy?" I'm proud. The white-eyed wolf held Fire Dance's slender waist and looked at Long Chen, the inner demons, and the others proudly. "Why are you looking at us?" This gaze made Long Chen and the others a little crazy. He didn't look at Qin Feiyang or the madman, but only looked at them. Wasn't he clearly mocking them? Because Qin Feiyang and the madman had already found the other half, but they hadn't. "I'm happy to. If you have the ability, go and find one too." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. That arrogant look made even Qin Feiyang and the madman want to slap him. Long Chen and the others sighed helplessly and turned to look at the sea of stars. They couldn't look at this wolf cub anymore, or they would definitely beat him up. Seeing that the school of big fish didn't leave for a long time, Lu Jiajin looked at the distant coast and said, "Let's go around these big fish." With these big fish guarding the coast, they definitely couldn't enter the sea of stars from here. "What are you going around for?" "Just kill them all." The inner demon's eyes flashed fiercely. They still had the power of the origin. Moreover, there was no need to use the power of the origin to deal with these big fish. He was confident that as long as he activated the Demon King true body, he could easily deal with them. "No. If we kill them, the smell of blood may attract more monsters, so in the Sea of Stars, we have to avoid killing as much as possible." Lu Jiajin shook his head. The inner demons frowned and didn't say anything more. "Let's go." Lu Jiajin waved his hand and turned to the east coast. However, when Qin Feiyang and the others moved, the big fish guarding the coast also moved with them. "Are they going to fight us to the end?" Madman raised his eyebrows. The group turned again and walked to the west coast. The school of big fish also immediately swam to the west. "Damn you. There's no end to it. All of you, die." The inner demons was furious. The Demon King true body appeared, and 24,000 ultimate profound meanings immediately appeared. The dual will of the heavenly Tao erupted, and then shattered the sky and crazily attacked the school of fish on the coast. But there was a trace of ridicule in the eyes of those big fish. Immediately after, the school of big fish dived into the sea and disappeared. Looking at this scene, Lu Jiajin shook his head and smiled bitterly. These monsters were all clever. But the inner demons didn't stop attacking. 24,000 ultimate profound meanings rushed into the Sea of Stars. Boom! Splash! Waves of water soared into the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth, submerging the forest below. The originally lush jungle, with the washing of the sea, instantly became a barren land. In other words, all the plants were eroded by the sea in an instant. Looking at the Sea of Stars again, 24,000 ultimate profound meanings bombarded the sea. Although it stirred up huge waves, it didn't cause much damage. Not a single body of the fish lurking at the bottom of the sea floated up. In other words, these 24,000 ultimates were unable to kill a single big fish. What's going on? Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. With so many ultimate profound meanings and dual will of the heavenly Tao, if placed outside, it was enough to destroy a continent. But now that it was bombarded into the Sea of Stars, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. This was too abnormal. Chapter 46-45. It should be because of the corrosive power. Lu Jiajin frowned. Under the beautiful appearance, there was indeed a terrible crisis hidden. It seems that it's not that easy to deal with the beasts in the Star Sea. Qin Feiyang shook his head. When these beasts were no match for them, as long as they were fast enough, they could hide in the sea and avoid their attacks. Sigh. Whether it's the barren desert or the Star Sea, they are far beyond our imagination. We, the powerhouses of the will of heaven, are considered experienced and knowledgeable. But now, in this mystic realm, I feel like an ignorant child. The king sighed. Everyone nodded and felt the same way. Splash! Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of the waves, a school of big fish once again surfaced from the water. Their huge pupils were full of ridicule for this group of people. The inner demon's face was dark with anger. A powerhouse with dual will of heaven was ridiculed by a group of fish? It was a bit of a blow. Don't worry about them. Let's use the concealment technique to avoid their sight and find a safer place to enter the Star Sea. Qin Feiyang stopped the inner demons. It was a waste of time to waste with these big fishes. Phew. The inner demons took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in their hearts, and retreated with Qin Feiyang and the others. After avoiding the sight of the big fishes, Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf. I can carry you. But I have another condition. Fire dance will have the priority to obtain the second ultimate law, Lin Feng said. The white-eyed wolf said. Because he still needed Fire Dance's help along the way. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The others had no objections. Dare to have objections? If they dared to have objections, when the white-eyed wolf went on strike, they could only watch helplessly. Of course. The most important factor was that everyone was a team. It was the same to give it to anyone. This time, the white-eyed wolf did not make everyone swear a blood oath. He quickly changed back to his true form. Qin Feiyang and the others stood on the back of the white-eyed wolf, which was more than 1,000 feet long. When they had nothing to do, they could take a leisurely stroll. After everyone jumped onto the white-eyed wolf's back, Qin Feiyang activated his concealment technique, and the group of people instantly disappeared without a trace. Go! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the white-eyed wolf immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The big fish by the sea once again entered their sight. However, at this moment, there was a trace of confusion in the eyes of these big fishes. However, suddenly, a group of large fish stared at a certain spot in the void with a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. What's going on? Could the big fish see them? This was because the school of fish was staring at the void they were in. Not good. White-eyed wolf, stop. Lu Jiajin's face changed, and he hurriedly sent a sound transmission to the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and immediately stopped in the void, asking suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Wind. Although the concealment technique can hide our figures and aura, it can't hide the wind from your wings. These water monsters must have noticed the wind here, so they are staring here. Lu Jiajin explained. Qin Feiyang patted his head. That's right. The wind was a loophole. Li Feng said, how about condensing a barrier to block the wind inside? No. The barrier is suspended in the air. I can't hide the barrier together. Moreover, with our current strength, the aura of the barrier condensed is very strong. The level of the concealment technique is too low. It may not be able to hide the aura of the barrier. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, then fly slower. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and slowly flapped its wings, moving forward at the speed of a tortoise. The corner of Lu Jiajin's mouth twitched. With this speed, when can they enter the Star Sea? It's really strange. The sea areas we have seen before have strong winds and huge waves, but why is there no wind and waves in the Star Sea? If there is wind and waves, we can use the wind and waves in the Star Sea as a cover. Frenzy frowned. The Star Sea also has wind and waves. Lu Jiajin nodded. Is there? Why didn't I see it? Frenzy was suspicious. There was indeed wind. But it was just a breeze, a cool breeze that couldn't even blow up the waves. Can this little bit of wind be considered wind? Didn't you guys notice? For the past 3 days, the Star Sea has been daytime. There has been no night. Lu Jiajin asked. Huh? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the Star Sea. The sky was still bright with stars. Although there was no sun, making the Star Sea seem a little dark, it was no different from daytime. It seems to be true. Long Chen mumbled. For the past 3 days, everyone had been recuperating. Especially Li Feng, he had been sleeping for 3 days without waking up for a moment. So, even if they asked him, he wouldn't know. Because he didn't pay attention to these at all. But in the past 3 days, Long Chen would occasionally open his eyes and pay attention to the movements in the Star Sea. So now, after hearing Lu Jiajin's words and thinking about it a little, he quickly noticed this point. Because the situation in the Star Sea is quite special. Every 10 days, there will be a night. Every time night comes, all the stars will disappear and the entire Star Sea will be shrouded in darkness. At this time, the Star Sea will reveal its most terrifying side. Lu Jiajin said in a deep voice. The group of people looked at each other. The current Star Sea was already terrifying enough, but there was an even more terrifying side? Was he trying to scare them? What's the benefit of scaring you guys? Lu Jiajin shook his head and explained, the Star Sea at night will become a devil's sea. The entire sea surface will be filled with whistling storms and huge waves will cover the sky and the sun. In our current state, it will be difficult for us not to be swept away by the huge waves. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. It was really quite serious. Lu Jiajin said solemnly, the most terrifying thing is that every time night comes, the beasts in the Star Sea will enter a state of frenzy and bloodthirst. Frenzy, bloodthirst? The group of people was surprised. Yes. You can understand it as a change of temperament. When they enter a bloodthirsty frenzy, they will crazily pounce on people when they see them. They are not afraid of death and they will even attack their companions around them. According to the records in the handbook, after one night, the entire Star Sea will be dyed red with blood. Lu Jiajin said. Gasp. The group of people couldn't help but gasp. This was too ferocious. Just by listening to it, they couldn't help but feel their scalp tingling. So before night comes, we must find an island to stay on and defend with all our strength. Otherwise, we will definitely be in danger above the sea. Lu Jiajin said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the Star Sea. Li Feng said with some fear, why don't we wait for the first night to come and then set off into the Star Sea? Because it was the first time for them to enter the secret realm and come to the Star Sea. They didn't know how many days the night would come. What if it came tomorrow? Or what if it came tonight? They would first see the horror of the night and then go into the Star Sea when they were mentally prepared. I don't have any objections. Lu Jiajin shrugged. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looking at the fish by the sea, and said, even if we have to wait until the first night to enter the Star Sea, we have to get rid of them first. Everyone agreed on this point. Although these big fish couldn't go ashore, they had been staring at them covetously, which made them feel a little uneasy. During the conversation, the group of people had only flown a few hundred miles. This speed, for experts at their level, could indeed only be described as the speed of a turtle. Because the distance of a few hundred miles was just a blink of an eye for them in the past. About half an hour passed. The group of people finally stopped and landed on the top of a giant peak shaped like an eagle's head. The white-eyed wolf asked, we are now in the safe zone. When night comes, the beasts will enter a bloodthirsty state. Will they come ashore to attack us? If they will, then there is no need to stay here and wait. They won't. Whether it's the current beasts or the berserk beasts, they can't leave the Star Sea. Lu Jiajin shook his head. That's good. The white-eyed wolf nodded, transformed into a human form, and looked at the endless Star Sea. It was really a headache-inducing adventure. Over the years, they had been to many places. For example, the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. But it was the first time for them to be in such a strange place like the secret realm. Time flew. Woo-woo, suddenly. Above the Star Sea, the wind and clouds were surging. Qin Feiyang and the others were comprehending the laws. Because they still had some ultimate mysteries that they had yet to master. Hearing the sound of the wind, the group immediately opened their eyes and looked up at the sky. They saw dark clouds rolling in from the horizon. Does this mean that night is coming? The white-eyed wolf asked. Lu Jiajin nodded. Fortunately, we didn't enter the Star Sea. The white-eyed wolf rejoiced. If they entered the Star Sea in the morning, it would be equivalent to floating on the sea. Even if they were lucky enough to find an island, it would definitely not be as safe as the safe zone. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. On the surface of the sea, waves gradually rose. After a while, the entire sky of the Star Sea had been covered by dark clouds. At that moment, the sea in front of them fell into darkness. Woo-woo. At this moment, the wind on the surface of the sea turned into terrifying tornadoes, raising huge waves that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The originally calm sea instantly boiled. All the stars disappeared. The Star Sea in the night seemed to have turned into a purgatory, as if there were countless demons wandering and roaring in the huge waves. Damn it. Frenzy looked at this scene in shock and said to Lu Jiajin next to him, "Fortunately, you said it in advance, otherwise we would have been caught off guard." Lu Jiajin's eyes were also very solemn. Although they could avoid danger this night, what about in the future? In the future, they would face such a storm sooner or later. And not once, but twice. Because they would eventually enter the Star Sea. It was impossible to hide in this safe zone forever. Once they entered the Sea of Stars, it was inevitable that they would encounter such dangers. Once every 10 days. Who could endure this? The most important thing was, now, they didn't have much origin force left in their hands. It meant that, no matter what danger they encountered in the future, they would have to rely on their ability. Chapter 46:46. Tornadoes were roaring above the sea as far as the eye could see, as if a disaster was coming. It was shocking. Roar. Gradually, roars sounded in the Sea of Stars. Soon, fierce beasts rushed out of the sea one after another. There were big fish as long as 100 feet, black giant crocodiles, and all kinds of fierce beasts such as pythons and flood dragons. Each of them was as huge as a mountain, fierce and powerful. However, without exception, their eyes were scarlet at this time, as if they had lost their minds and were possessed by the devil. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant crocodile rushed out of the sea, covered with black scales, as if cast from divine iron, glowing with a faint light. What was more terrifying was, it actually had 3 heads. Each head was like a mountain, and its eyes were as big as a dustpan, shining with a terrifying fierce light. As soon as this giant crocodile appeared, it became fierce. It raised its mountain-like huge tail and smashed at a giant python. This giant python was also thousands of feet long. The snake scales on its body were as hard as divine iron. But in front of the giant crocodile, it was as small as an ant. As the giant tail fell, the giant python's head exploded on the spot, and blood instantly dyed the sea red. Then, under the shocked gaze of Qin Feiyang and the others, the giant crocodile tore the giant python into pieces and ate it raw. "This is too fierce," the white-eyed wolf murmured. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe this scene? Right now, the surface of the sea was like azure hell. Bloody, ferocious, unbearable to look at, blood dyed the surroundings red. This is just the outer sea, no. This is just the area by the sea, and the area by the sea is so terrifying. How terrifying is the scene in the deep sea? The hearts of the group of people were shocked to the extreme. They had never seen such a scene. Splash. Suddenly, another behemoth rushed out of the sea. This was a flood dragon. Its whole body was black. Its appearance was even more terrifying. There were a total of 9 heads. Its body was also tens of thousands of feet long. His 18 long and narrow scarlet eyes were like a sea of blood. As soon as the 9-headed black dragon appeared, it charged straight at the giant crocodile. Its long body was like a majestic mountain ridge. Roar. The 10,000 feet long crocodile looked at the 9-headed black flood dragon and suddenly roared. It rushed into the sky and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its dense fangs, entangled with the nine-headed black flood dragon. The crazy collision of these two behemoths could be described as the end of the world. The waves surged crazily. Hundreds of millions of miles of space were shattered. Why are they so strong? They haven't even unlocked their profundities, but regardless of whether it's the strength of their physical bodies or their boundless strength, they far surpass the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws? Li Feng said in disbelief. In front of these two giant beasts, even he could not help but feel panic and fear. The creatures here can't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head. From the moment they entered the secret realm, whether it was what they encountered or what they saw, it was beyond the scope of their knowledge. But fortunately, no matter how the ferocious beasts on the sea fought, they did not leave the Star Sea. At the very least, it was clear. This safe zone was indeed very safe. Roar! The two giant beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Furthermore, it was as if they had all gone mad. It was as if they did not care about their lives at all. So very soon. Both of them had countless large and small wounds on their bodies, and blood was gushing out. The 10,000 feet long crocodile wanted to take off one of the heads of the nine-headed black flood dragon. The nine-headed black flood dragon roared and its huge tail slammed towards the 10,000 feet long crocodile. One of its heads also exploded on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. What exactly is controlling their rationality? I don't believe that they would become like this for no reason. Not only the crocodile and the black flood dragon were fighting, but the other ferocious beasts were also killing each other. Moreover, they were also in a desperate state. It's indeed a little strange. And have you thought about it? It happens once every 10 days. Every time, there are millions of corpses and rivers of blood. With such frequent killings, the ferocious beasts in the Star Sea should have been extinct long ago, but why are there still so many strong beasts? And all of them are so strong? This did not make sense at all. Although everything in the secret realm was already beyond common sense, wasn't this too ridiculous? Roar! Suddenly, the 10,000 feet long crocodile looked towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Those scarlet fierce eyes shocked Qin Feiyang and the others. Just that look alone made them feel a chill in their hearts. It saw us. Long Qin shouted. He looked a little flustered. Don't be afraid, we are in the safe zone. Long Qin grabbed Long Qin's hand and comforted him softly. But before his voice died away, the black flood dragon also looked towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Although one of its heads was broken, there were still 8 heads and 16 fierce eyes, flashing with astonishing bloody light. Roar! Suddenly, the two giant beasts roared at the sky at the same time. They were like two kings. With a command, the ferocious beasts in the surrounding sea area immediately stopped fighting and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others on the mountain peak. Although they were in the safe zone, Qin Feiyang and the others were creeped out at this moment. It felt as if the god of death was standing in front of them. They won't rush over, right? The mermaid princess also walked uneasily to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang grabbed her hand and comforted her. I am in the safe zone, nothing will happen. Just as his voice died away. Roar! The giant crocodile and the black flood dragon roared again. Immediately, the countless giant beasts on the surface of the sea rushed towards the shore in a mighty manner. The hearts of this group of people were in their throats at once. Although they knew that these beasts couldn't leave the Sea of Stars, they still couldn't help but feel nervous. 10 miles. 8 miles. 6 miles. 3 miles. 1 mile. Blinking. The beasts rushed to the coastline. The group of people couldn't help but retreat. Don't be afraid, they definitely can't rush out. The inner demons shouted. But, before his voice died away, the first beast rushed out of the sea area and entered the jungle. The terrifying ferocious power rolled over like moving mountains and overturning the sea. For a moment, The earth was crazily broken. The mountains and rivers were constantly collapsing. What? The group of people's faces suddenly changed. It could actually rush out of the sea of stars? Following closely. The second beast, the third beast, they were densely packed and crazily rushed towards Qin Feiyang's group. What's going on? Isn't this the safe zone? The inner demons suddenly roared. Damn it. We must have been specially taken care of again. The white-eyed wolf looked up at the sky and roared. Quick! Stop them! The king shouted. Heavenly Lord Ji took a step forward and activated his 3,000 incarnations. Various ultimate mysteries appeared out of thin air. As the will of Heavenly Tao was activated, a destructive power erupted and charged towards the beasts. These beasts were at least 100 feet in size. They were like mountains. Their eyes were blood red, and they were not afraid of Heavenly Lord Ji's tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries. One must know. Heavenly Lord Ji had long comprehended 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. And all these years, he had been in the Black Tortoise realm, integrating other ultimate mysteries. So now, he had already mastered 8 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. 3,000 incarnations, a total of 24,000 ultimate mysteries. Such a terrifying formation actually failed to intimidate the beast horde. It could be seen that they had indeed lost their minds at this moment and only had killing in their eyes. Rumble. Roar. In an instant, the beast horde and the 24,000 ultimate mysteries collided. The beasts continued to lose their lives one after another. Fresh blood instantly dyed the void and the earth red. However, these beasts were too crazy. Their numbers were too huge. They were endless, one after another. 24,000 ultimates had actually been blocked by their bodies of flesh and blood. It was unknown how many beasts were hiding here. Anyway, the shattered earth below was already piled with corpses. However, these dead beasts were just the tip of the iceberg. There were still more beasts charging over. Heavenly Lord Ji alone was almost unable to stop them. The inner demons followed closely, activating their Demon King true body, life and death laws, and dual will of Heavenly Tao. At this moment, they definitely did not dare to hold back their strength. But even so, the inner demons and Heavenly Lord Ji together could not stop the crazy beast horde. That's right. This was the beast horde. It was impossible to kill them all. The smell of blood had already enveloped all directions. The madman's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Feng and said, "Kid, guard me." Guard? Li Feng was taken aback. This is a good opportunity. There isn't much origin force left now. So, we have to think of another way. The only way I can think of now is to collect the evil force. As the madman finished speaking, he took a step forward and landed on the edge of the cliff. Activating the all-evil true body, his entire person instantly turned into a blood-colored vortex. The blood chi, murderous aura, and so on between heaven and earth suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed towards the madman. What a terrifying evil force. Li Feng's eyes trembled. Standing here for so long, he didn't feel any evil force at all. But now, the madman activated the all-evil true body and transformed into the source of all evil, allowing the evil force between heaven and earth to gather. He could clearly sense it at once. No. This evil force could be seen with the eyes. It was almost comparable to the evil force of Myriad Demons Valley. With such a strong murderous aura, the evil force will naturally not be little. Perhaps this is still a turning point for us. Qin Feiyang murmured and turned to look at Li Feng. No matter what, we can't let the murderer disturb senior brother. Understood. Li Feng nodded and quickly ran to the madman's side. However, the terrifying evil force around the madman wasn't something he could withstand. He immediately prepared to retreat. But at this moment, a hand rested on his shoulder and the evil force in his body was instantly sucked away. Don't worry. With me, the source of all evil, the evil force won't hurt you in the slightest." The madman laughed. Immediately, the surrounding evil force bypassed Li Feng and drilled into the madman's body. "You can still control these evil forces?" Li Feng was stunned. "Of course. I am the source of all evil, the ruler of all evil." The madman smiled domineeringly. "Come and help." At this moment, the anxious shouts of the inner demons and Heavenly Lord Ji sounded at the same time. Qin Feiyang and the others were paying attention to the madman. Hearing this, they immediately looked at the two and found that the beast tide had already rushed over, only a few hundred meters away.